mind. I don't know how many of you have had an MRI. Those things are noisy. I fell asleep during an MRI a year ago using meditation. And mercifully, the technician, when it was over, wasn't one of these maniacs who dismissed me out of hand. She just looked at me and said, "You know how to do meditation." I said, yeah. I mean, how else am I going to get through all that noise? You lie there for an hour in this machine that makes a racket. Ooh, so, I pictured myself under a big tree. And there were weird birds in that tree making those noises. That's all I did. Next thing you know, I'm asleep, which makes it easier for them, makes it easier for me. I want you to keep meditation in mind because for the last couple of years, you have been put under a great deal of pressure. Now with the economy collapsing, and it is, because as I've said many times, any classically trained economist, which I'm not, but I'm informed about these things, as many other people are, will tell you, but this is new. There hasn't been inflation like this for 40 years. The only way to get rid of inflation decisively and finally and keep it at bay is through a recession. And that hurts. The cure is difficult, but it pays off. And so when we hear about the Federal Reserve and other agencies trying to stop the pain and keep the employment numbers high, forget it. They know that they've got to go into recession. They've got to, especially since the inflation is going up and up and up, and we haven't even gotten to heating season. So here in the Northeast, so forget it. A lot of people worrying. My joke of the day was I now get less exercise toting $150 worth of groceries up 3 flights of stairs than I got toting $40 worth of groceries up 3 flights of stairs 6 months ago. See, that's groceries for you. So you can't ignore these things, and you can't say, say to somebody who's deeply worried, stop worrying and watch what happens. First of all, you'll lose a friend, but there's nothing to be worried about. No, see, that kind of stuff doesn't work. If you're worried for a reason. Fear is the root of worry. Fear is the emotion that lets us know that something dangerous is happening to us. You'd be dead without it. I'm the same way with anger. I don't say, don't get angry. Don't be angry. No, anger is the feeling you have that lets you know you've been treated badly. Now, when it's constant, then it's rage, and that's not good for you. So meditation will help you with anger too. And if you're not angry, as they say, right? They used to say, if you're not angry, you're not paying attention, which is nice because that's almost a way of saying if you're not angry, you're just stupid and ignorant. That's a really good thing to say to people. That really helps you win your point across. By the way, you're a blithering idiot. That's what did anybody ever call you that and then smile as if they've proven a point that you would then agree with? And remember, we all do stupid things from time to time. That doesn't mean we're stupid. Okay, that's the verb to be. I am stupid is not the same as I just did something stupid. And there you go. And so I want you to look at my page on meditation at Mojo Academy, that's the other one, at magic-works.com, magic-works.com. Just look at the meditation page. You'll even see a classic meditation from years ago. It used to be available on a bootleg cassette, but I got it now restored and on CD, which involves the Three Stooges. Go figure, right? You can use anything for meditating. And then look at mojoacademy.org for the Magic Made Easy series, which is not yet a series, but it will be. And check out that book. It's like I said, it's $9.95. There's a little bit of sales tax, obviously, these days, but you can get it for 15% off, which will knock out the shipping at least. So do that. It's available through Amazon.com. It's the middle pillar technique in the series of the book. It's in the book series Meditation Made E-Z. And do yourself a favor. It's easy to do because you're going to fail doing meditation at the beginning. We all do. After a while, you'll get the hang of it. Your mind will realize that you're in charge. That's it. I hate separating us from our mind, but that's the way it goes. Because the minute you don't the minute you try to stop using your mind says, wake up. We're going to get to the tarot readings in just a moment, but just as an experiment, I did this many, many years ago. I didn't talk. I stopped talking. Fortunately, I wasn't doing the show in those days because that would be pretty dull. And after about 3 days of not talking, now, how did I get away with that? It was during my vacation from work. After 3 days of not talking, I remember being on a bus, across a downtown bus, 2nd Avenue bus here in New York City, going downtown. And it dawned on me that voice in my head was gone. I didn't even think, hey, the voice is gone, because that would be the voice, you know. You know what I'm talking about, that nonstop chattering thing in our head that we've been having since we became sentient as children. It just stopped. It was gone. I knew. I heard differently. I saw differently. My mind was quiet. And in my case, all it did was it took not talking for 3 days or so. Could have been 4. Who remembers? I was young then. So who knows? So anyway, that's it. Maybe I'll write about that one day, but I don't recommend doing it because it's a weird trip to not talk. But it will do something to you. So check out magic-works.com, the meditation page, magic-works.com, and mojoacademy.org. Look for the Magic Made Easy book, and then there'll be probably more books coming soon in that series. Well, that's it. That's the end of the show. Now it's time to do some readings, now that I've been babbling on. I'm babbling on because I take this very seriously, because there's almost an army of people out there who want to ruin your life for their own benefit. Okay, that's the only way to look at it. They want to keep you in a perpetual state of fear and worry, and then they'll sell you the solution. I'm not selling you the solution. I'm selling you the filter. And I'm doing it pretty damn reasonably. And I want you to do that, to take a look at that. And I'll be happy to get those things right out to you as soon as you order them. We're now going to ring the bell 3 times to declare that from here on in, on the show, we're in sacred space. I rushed it. And pull back the curtain on the magical window for Shannon in Bullhead City, Arizona. Hello, Shannon. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hello. How are you tonight, Shannon?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing well. What can I look at for you tonight?
I'm just kind of lost right now. There's so many things that I lost my daughter a year and a half ago. And I would like to be able to see if she is okay. And I'm not okay. I have been broken since then. I can't.
Well, yep.
Excuse me.
That has been called, the price of love. At times, it's grief, because we remember the people we've lost, and it hurts. It hurts a great deal. And I tell you, one of the things is we don't ever get over it. We just accept it and internalize it, and maybe the happier memories start to take over from the good ones, from the bad ones, from the painful ones, or the painful feelings, because memories can be very good too. But, I mean, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, obviously. I'm going to look at the cards to see if we can get a message. But if you feel that this is interfering with your life, see if you can get some professional help. And I'm not talking about drugging you, because I've known too many people. I mean, I'm not putting down drugs, medically prescribed medications from somebody you trust and knows you. Mm-hmm. But I've known too many people who have had an immediate loss of someone very close to them, and the first thing the doctors will say to them is, "We'll put you on something here and get rid of that feeling of sadness." Because you're not sad because your chemicals are imbalanced. You're sad because you bloody well lost somebody you loved. But you may need a little something to get over the hump, so to speak, because you don't want this to bring your life to a standstill. So let's see what we've got here, okay?
Okay.
Well, I'm getting cards right now that are literally cards that I always, always, always get with readings like this. I mean, this is you could, I'm not putting you on. You could go to the archives if you're a masochist and listen to many of my shows,
Mm-hmm.
and you will hear these readings have this exact series of cards, and I'm going to read it to you now. The first is the death card, and the death card is the card, one of the few cards I look for that tell me that this is going to be an afterlife reading, for obvious reasons.
Mm-hmm.
The next card is the Nine of Swords, and that is a card of tremendous sadness. No surprise, right?
No.
The card after that is the Ten of Swords. Now, this is where I get these cards exactly in this sequence almost every time I do a reading, because it's going to culminate with a message. The next is the Ten of Swords. The Ten of Swords is a card that means the worst is over for me. Okay, the message is beginning. There was a rough time near the end.
I'm sorry.
This was your daughter you're talking about, right?
Yes, yes.
Things were very difficult for her near the end, is what I'm seeing. But
yes.
But what this card means is that that pain is over. That pain is done. The next card is the Temperance card in this deck that almost always shows up. That card means balance is restored. And I'm taking this as a message through me and these cards from the Spirit to you. And that is getting to be easier and easier to do at this time of year as we get closer to the autumn years, when the veil months, when the veil is thinner. That it's the message that it says I'm doing all right because my spirit is finding balance.
Okay.
Now, the next card is a difficult one to deal with because it shows a happy family, and you're not happy. But it's but I get that card a lot too. The thing here is it's saying I know you're hurting. That's the Nine of Swords. But for me, there was great pain, but it's over. That's the Ten of Swords. I'm finding balance in my life again. That's the Temperance card. And I want us all to be happy where we are. And that's the Ten of Cups. You can get online, do an internet search, and find pictures of these cards, and you'll see what I mean. The Ten of Cups is happy. The message is, it's almost... I mean, it's almost an apology for the pain in a sense, because there's an acknowledgement that you're both feeling pain over this. But I am balanced. My soul is coming into balance, and I want us to be happy. And that's the Ten of Cups. Okay, so that's the message I've got.
Okay.
Now I will light a white candle tonight to send positive energies to both you and the Spirit. Okay.
When you speak of the Spirit, is it her or just the Spirit of?
No, this is her. I'm looking at. I'm looking at her.
Does that mean she's okay?
Yeah, in fact, I just got the Sun card, which is about healing and health and growth. That's the Spirit is saying I'm doing okay because I'm coming back. My life was out of balance, but I'm finding balance in my soul now. That's the message. I get that often.
Okay.
The Sun card, as soon as you said to me, does that mean she's okay? I got the card of the Sun, which is a card of health and growth and balance.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Be well, and I will send positive energy your way using any techniques I have, okay?
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye now. And let's get this shuffled up. And these are always such heavy things to do. But it's funny that they always come out that way, where the Spirit will talk about finding balance and peace. German in Toronto is on next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm good, doing well, sir. It's an honor to share this, time with you.
Oh. Well, thank you. I'm glad you could get through. What can I look at for you?
Well, we'd like to know about love and money, those two things
love and money.
They have been
People get
going
arrested for
away.
that. People get arrested for that
Yeah, I know,
combination.
but you know,
Love and money.
work,
Let's
and
see
it's
what we
like
get.
things don't get to the, like I work and work, but I don't see I can afford
Well,
things I want, right?
let's see
And
what
love,
we've got.
it's always avoiding me.
Well, I think that may just change because I'm getting cup cards here. The cards are cups, and cups are about love and romance and emotion. And I'm seriously seeing that you're going to be working at this. That's the Six of Swords. That's a person who gets from where they are to where they want to be through their own effort. I've got the Queen of Cups, the King of Cups, the Knight of Cups. Almost that's 3 out of 4 court cards here, and the Empress, which is a card of fertility, not necessarily in the sense of having children, but making things grow. I'm taking that to mean that you have the ability to make this happen, and you're going to. The Knight of Cups means that something new in terms of romance and emotion is going to come into your life. It'll be a little hectic. It'll be a little unpredictable, but here's another. This is a good card too. I've got 2 more cards, and they're all cups. This is phenomenal. The cards really like you. There's going to be a relationship coming your way. That's the Knight of Cups. I have no doubt about that, because the knight is on horseback and arrives, but also jumps around a lot. So it can be an up and down thing, but it'll level off, because that's followed by the queen, and that levels off. The queen is the maturing of the process, and the king is the stability. So it looks to me like that's going to be a good relationship. Now, let's give you an indication of where this is going to come from, okay? The three of cups is here. That tends to mean traditionally that you're going to meet somebody through people you know. So keep an eye out through somebody, through people that you know, through friends or acquaintances. And then there's the 4 of Cups. This is a mysterious card because it shows a person looking at 3 cups and doesn't notice that there's a hand coming out of a cloud nearby offering another cup. And that almost always indicates that there's somebody around you who is interested in you, but has not made that known yet. So keep an eye out for that too, for somebody who, I used to say for somebody whose attitude changes when you walk into the room, but how would you know, right? If you weren't in the room. But when you're around people, look to see if there's somebody else, one person in particular, who is a little interested in getting your attention and lights up a little bit when you speak, that kind of thing.
Yeah, you notice those things, right? Yeah, I know.
I do see that coming. I do see that there's a relationship on the way for you now.
Okay.
And this is someone you're going to meet through people you know. Now, that's the best I can tell you at this point. And it's going to be good. The relationship is going to work out. Let me give you one more indication. It's going to be somebody who just had a bad relationship with someone. Okay?
Okay.
So keep an eye out
now
for
I'm going to be the hero, right?
You bet. Yep.
Yeah.
You sure are.
That will be nice.
Okay. So I think it's coming. Keep an eye out. And it's going to be somebody you meet through friends, somebody who just got out of a bad situation. Nothing horrible, but, just bad enough, right? And
we all have been through that, right?
You what?
We all have been through bad relationships, right?
Yes, we all have. We all have. Even people I know who've been together as a couple since like childhood, and it's now like 50 years later. They've had it too. They've had problems too. So, but this will be good for you. I think you're gonna do well, because I see a nice, healthy relationship. Because the point is this: I'm seeing the Knight of Cups, which matures into the Queen of Cups, which stabilizes into the King of Cups. And that tells me that it's going to be a decent, good, solid relationship.
Okay.
So keep an eye out, and remember, it's going to come. This is a person you're going to meet through people you know.
Okay.
Anything else you want to look at?
Yeah, about money, like every investment I have made, is going down, especially with the stock market. And
Oh, man, yeah, the stock market.
I just got a new job. and those things, and like I always there's always an extra expense, like I can, I can get the things I want.
Well, let me tell you, these are cards that I see frequently too now, especially. I've got the Five of Cups, which indicates money problems. Now, who doesn't have money problems today with rampant inflation, the stock market crashing? I mean, it dropped like 1,300 points the other day. The next is the Two of Coins. Now, it's funny. You asked me about romance, right? And I got all these cards with cups in them. Now you ask me about finances, and I get cards with coins in it, with money. So, yeah, the cards are good here. The Two of Coins is a person who knows how to use money, to juggle money, to get something else going. So you're going to be fine. You're not going to have terrible problems. You'll be okay. And
maybe I will be able to afford the things I want, right?
Well, that's the next card. It's the Nine of Cups. The Nine of Cups is a person who has everything. The Nine of Cups is a nice, smiley, happy guy, putting on a little weight maybe because he's got everything. And there's even a little warning in there that people will be envious of you. So it's funny to start out with the Five of Coins, which is a dreary card about money troubles, and end up with the Nine of Cups, which is about having all kinds of sensuous, good things in life. I believe you're going to be fine.
Okay. Thanks.
And it's because of you. That's the middle. The middle card is you, because that's the Two of Coins. That's a person who knows how to juggle and balance money and get money going. So there you go, okay?
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Hang in there. It's going to work out well for you. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards. You're listening to Reverend Elliott's Magical Window with me, Reverend Elliott, which I only say because so many people get my last name wrong. It's it's just one of those names, It's just one of those names that it sounds better backwards. Though I used to have a company that I spelled my last name backwards. I thought that's a dynamic name for a company. Anoramic. I said Anoramic Enterprises. There you go. Unfortunately, we didn't anoramize very much, but we had better luck with the newspaper company. Shuffling up the cards. We're here every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific. If you want to get in touch with me because you can't get through or you don't feel like opening up in front of a few million people, all you have to do is drop me a line at my email, asktaro@earthlink.net. Nice old-fashioned Earthlink email there. Ask Taro. When I had to bring my computer in to be fixed, they were shocked to see that my email was Earthlink. They said, "That's still around?" Ask Tarot, ASKTAROT, one word, at earthlink.net. I'll be happy to pull a few cards for you. And maybe you'll book a reading, because I do all these things for private customers also. You can, it's very inexpensive. Readings start at $10. But I've done enough sales pitchy stuff today. Jody in Salt Lake City is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi there. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you today?
I'm good. Thanks. Thanks for taking my call.
Oh, my pleasure. That's what I'm here for. What can I look at for you?
Well, the past year has been especially rough for me, just between medical stuff and a separation and stuff like that. And I'm hoping that maybe things are going to get better. What do you see for me?
Well, yes, they are going to get better. That's what I do see for you. I'm going to shuffle up the cards a little bit more. But the first two cards I pulled out, I've had for previous callers. But they have different. It's funny because it's a little different here. The cards change meanings; they shift around depending upon on what's around them in many ways. But here's what we got. Mm-hmm. The Knight of Cups is here. The Knight of Cups is generally the indication of a relationship coming, because cups are emotions and affairs of the heart, and joy and happiness. And in these short readings, they tend to reflect romance. And the Knight is something new coming into your life. And it can be a little tempestuous because the knight on horseback, it's like the chessboard. It moves from this way and then it moves that way and then it goes here and there. But it doesn't mean it's bad. It's just a little bit of it'll be an exciting time. The Ten of Swords is next, and that's important because I had that earlier. The Ten of Swords means trouble's over. It's an ugly looking card, and a lot of people confuse it with a card meaning death. In fact, in the tarot deck, even the card of death doesn't mean death, and we'll get into that in a moment. Because ultimately, that's all of our future is, boy, this is really putting a damper on the night. Ultimately, we all die.
Yeah.
So why would the cards predict it? But if it did, I've only seen it once where it showed that something really close was coming to somebody. And I've been doing this a long time. But movies sensationalize that. But this card doesn't mean death. It means the life has thrown its worst at you and you're still here. It's not over. You're going to get up. The Wheel of Fortune is next. That's a major card. The Wheel of Fortune is the card that says the situation is going to change. The Chariot is the next card. That is a person who will take control of the conflicting forces in her life and guide them to the direction she wants. Now we have the Death card, and that's interesting because the Death card means the ending of one part of your life and the beginning of another part of your life, because there's a sunrise on that card. And that's a very positive card. It's a very good card. In that, especially since you asked me about what's coming for you. And that's followed by the Ten of Coins, which is one of the happiest cards in the deck. And it indicates a happy family and a good level of money, comfort. It's fine. So this is telling me that things have been out of whack, but it's going to get much. It's not just that the troubles are going to be over. It's going to be much better. That's a good sign in itself, the Ten of Swords, that the bad times are over. But the Wheel of Fortune is saying that it's changing. It's going to change from the bad times. The Chariot indicates that you're going to make it change. And then the Death card means you're going to create a new life for yourself, and it's going to pay off really, really well.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. It looks like an exciting time headed for you.
Yes, I sure hope so. I've been.
Well, that's
I'm
what
excited.
I see.
Thank you so much.
But the important thing that I see is that you're going to make it happen. So that's the good part. That's the really good part.
I've been trying. So.
Well,
yeah,
according to these, you'll succeed. Yeah, let me do this. Let me shuffle them up one more time, and then I want to get a couple more calls. But let's just see what I get with one more card. Yeah, beautiful. The Queen of Swords. The swords can mean two things. It can mean conflict or, and in this case, this is what I'm going with because I'm not doing any cards around it. The Queen of Swords indicates a person who is developing a new way of looking at life because the swords are mental activity. Most of the trouble we get in with fights and arguments, most of the strife we get into is mental anyway. You know, we cause it ourselves or the other people, you know.
Yeah.
But this is that you're going to take control of the way you think, and you're going to start, and here's the Page of Swords. Whoa, beautiful. That's the appearance, absolute appearance of a new way of thinking. Your worldview is changing, it's growing, and you're growing and changing with it. And that's going to be the source of all of this.
And it resonates so much with me. So, yes, that is amazing.
Beautiful. I'm glad I took the moment to take two more cards because your mind is developing.
Yes.
And your mind is growing. And one of the first things that happens when you start developing a new way of thinking is you kind of lose friends because they want to know what happened to you.
Yes.
But
Yes.
some
They all
will
think
stick
you're
by
going
you.
crazy.
Yeah, I like to joke about this, but there's somebody I knew back in like the 4th grade who still doesn't. Says, you're not the same as you used to be. So, of course not. I'm an old man now. I was a child then. But, you know. So you're going to be fine.
Well,
I have no doubt about it.
I sure appreciate it so much.
My pleasure. Thanks for calling. Up, and we'll get right over immediately now to Donna in Oklahoma. Hello, Donna. You're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight? You sound exuberant.
I'm doing good.
Beautiful. What can we look at?
I guess maybe the family, just anything to do with my family.
Okay, let's see what we got. There are cards that indicate family. Let's see if they show up. See what we get. Well, let's see. I'm getting happy cards. Has there been some struggle in the family?
Oh, yes. I lost a daughter 2 years ago, and I've got a new grandbaby on the way now.
Well, I've also got a couple of cards here that indicate like a troublemaker, you know? Is there somebody Is there somebody making problems for you in the family?
Yes, my oldest daughter is actually.
Okay,
That
and
is
it's
wild.
sad because I've got also the Three of Swords, which is a card of sadness and pain. But overall, overall things look good. I mean, it looks like, I mean, you can handle this.
Yeah.
The World card is here. That's a good card. That means success. So I don't think that the person who's causing the trouble in the family is going to keep doing it much longer.
Good deal.
Because this is, you know, it's dull, you know. I find that when people start making trouble for other people, they give up after a while, and then they just try to go to make trouble for other people.
I don't think she knows that she can't follow through with me. I stand up to her.
Well, I'm glad I saw that here, because those are the two cards, the 5 and the 7 of Swords, are about people just causing problems, and when they come up together, it's not good. But you had the World card, which is a card of success. Here's the 4 of Rods, which indicates a happy home, and things will be good. I don't think that there's any real problem that you can't overcome here. I think you're on the ball with this.
Yeah, I did pretty good.
Now,
I carry a lot of weight around on my shoulders.
And here's the Temperance card. The Temperance card is very good for this. That means balance is restored. So you'll work a way to find balance in the family. You'll take care of it. But it's good to know that it's just one person doing it, and it's not like system wide, you know. So, and you know who it is, so you'll be okay. Is there anything else you want to look at? I have a couple of minutes left.
Health. Yeah, how's the health?
Okay, well, thanks for calling in. You still with me?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you get any signs from any of my family members that's gone, it's passed over? I think I'm being gave signs. I'm pretty sure I am.
I don't. Let me see. Oh, I could probably take a look at that. I don't have a few minutes left here. You getting signs, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's
find
this
diamonds a lot. And when I was younger, my mother told me she wished she had a dime for every time she told me to sit down and shut my mouth.
Gosh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Well, this is the time of year that these things start happening. I get stories from people all around. Let me just about that, because the veil is thinning. This is a good time to get out the Ouija board and start doing stuff with that if you know how to use it properly.
Right.
You know, this is it's not a toy. It's weird how it gets marketed as a toy, but it isn't. But it's not the horror that people say. So let's see if I can get anything. No, I'm not. I'm just getting cards of happiness and balance and joy. I guess everyone on the other side is fine. You know, it's a dull reading, right? Yeah, I'm not seeing any specific messages at all here. I got cards like the Judgment card and the Temperance card and the Sun. These are cards I usually get for this kind of reading, and they're all happy cards. So there you go.
Right.
I think we're set.
All is good. All is good.
Yeah, all's good, and I will light a candle later to send positive energy to you as you deal with the family problems, and I know you'll get them settled. Okay?
Oh, all right, great.
Thank you for calling.
Thank you.
Bye now. And hey, that's it. We've come to the end of another episode of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. For some reason, the show that's been asking, how do you find a good cannoli around here? I don't know. This is I don't like chocolate covered cannolis. I like my cannolis just cannoliized. I don't know. Why am I thinking of that? I don't know. possibly because I ate some sweet stuff before the show started. I chomped down a half a pack of raspberry Pez. And after that, I want something real, But it's New York. I can probably get a cannoli any time of day or night, but I'm certainly not. I'm also inertia bound, and I'm so lazy. I'm so lazy, and I like to sleep, and I like to pretend that what I'm doing is out of body experience and meditation, but really I'm just sleeping. I've never been in a hurry. Anybody who knows me knows that I'm not in a hurry. This goes back to even as a kid in Boy Scout camp. If we were playing baseball, softball, if I was out there, obviously, of course, playing left field, and if somebody cracked the ball out over that way, if I judged that I wasn't able to really get it and do anything with it, I'd just let it go. I didn't care. One time I made a spectacular catch that ended the game and won it for our side. And all I was really doing was I saw the ball coming straight for my face. So I put my hands up in front and went right into the mitt. I was the hero, but I didn't know what I was doing. So that's my sports career, Boy Scouts. I mentioned the Boy Scouts briefly last week when I opened up my knife to open up the new tarot deck. That was an interesting experience being an urban Boy Scout. I'll tell you about that because our troop met in a thing that was called the Jewish Men's Health Club in the Ansonia Hotel on the Upper West Side of New York, which later on gained extreme notoriety when they kicked out the old Jewish men and turned it first. I don't know how to put this. First, they turned it into Plato's Retreat. That wasn't bad enough. And then what was the other place that it became? I don't remember. It was, the place where Bette Midler got famous. Not the Improv where she started, but there was that other one. It was somewhere between the Jewish Men's Health Club and Plato's Retreat. But yes, I learned how to eat lemons in the Jewish Men's Health Club, and that came in very handy when a group of musicians were annoying me in a restaurant one time, and I waited until a trumpet solo came up, and I stood right in front of the trumpet player, and I bit into a lemon, and that ruined his note. Oh boy, that what can you do? So anyway, we got through the show, and we have nice, happy readings, and I want you to remember what I said at the beginning of the show about meditation. Please, please, please take a look at magic-works.com for the meditation page, because there's a lot of people out there trying the continental baths. That's what the one. That's it. That's where Barry Manilow and Bette Midler started, and that's where. And then it was Plato's Retreat, the notorious club. So you see how these things just pop back into your head. So look at the meditation page. Please look at my meditation page, because there's an awful lot of people out there trying to hurt you mentally and spiritually, and I want you to protect yourself. I really do. I want you to protect yourself as best as you can, and that's why I did it. And yes, I do charge money for these things, but no, the prices are not set in stone. So we can deal with it, okay? I never charge a lot for these things, but that's that. So until we get together again next week, remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
Amazingly accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials. listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from TarotWithSteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hello, friends. Happy Wednesday and happy Hump Day and happy Flag Day. I have been, there's so many things that I was looking up today, and all these international and national days, and today being Flag Day as well. But it's interesting, as I was thinking, instead of just saying happy Wednesday or happy Hump Day or happy, middle of the week or whatever it may be, and happy Flag Day, I like to look up all the different, what is today's national days. And anyway, I didn't get the chance to look up much more, but I love to kind of see the silly ones out there. And matter of fact, I did a reading. My phone went over. Okay. I did a reading with a client, and we found out as we were channeling her husband who had passed, he was wanting to bring up the National Day for May 8th. And I thought, oh, it sounds like maybe Mother's Day because she had lost her mom. And so we looked it up, and May 8th of this year, and in true her husband fashion, I guess I could say his name is Troy. In true Troy fashion, her husband was wanting to bring up the fact that May 8th is National Donkey Day. So there you go, little trivia, little, what do they say, useless information. Anyway, I thought that was kind of hilarious. And so I think that's going to be my thing. I'm going to move forward with every week. Let's kind of find a fun, what is National Day today? So anyhow, too funny. I love when I start to channel our loved ones in the spiritual world, and they still come through with their humor and just, who they were here in the physical world, because, our souls never change, right? We stay who we truly are. It's beautiful. So with that said too, some fun things that I have for today. When I, this last weekend, and I apologize, I'm a little nasally. I've been dealing with a head cold, so if I sound a little different, that's why. But I guess I should say welcome, everybody. It's been a crazy energy day, and I'm your the A1R Psychic Radio, and I'm so excited to start off with all the funny National Day stuff that I forgot. But I went to a retreat over the weekend, and it was so fun because we learned how to connect with our brain wave of theta. So when we get into that theta brain wave, and a lot of mediums, theta, because theta is where that brainwave and that stage, I guess, if you will, of where you can really start to connect with things that are not normally heard. So that's kind of how that came about. So anyhow, the thing that I had done over the weekend too was I went to a fun little crystal shop, and when I was there, I got to pick up some fun new affirmation cards. So I wanted to pull a new affirmation card for this week and use this new deck. It's absolutely beautiful, and it's called Water Blessings. I'm going to show if you go and watch the actual live video. It's beautiful. different different affirmation cards, but really focused around the different water blessings. And I don't know about you all, but I love the water. I'm an air sign. Matter of fact, tomorrow is my birthday, and the Gemini is the air sign. And so the air sign generally goes pretty good with the water signs. So I'm always drawn to water. But so I chose to pick the water affirmation. So our affirmation card today is going to really be with these fun water affirmation cards. And the number today that I've been drawn to is I really have keep seeing the number 21. So I'm going to count out these cards. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16. That's how I connect with some of my readings, especially over Zoom or on my podcast, is through numbers, and the numbers are so important for me. So when I am drawn to a certain number, such as the 21 today, it always is such a beautiful connection with either my psyche, my intuition, or it'll be the or a validation of a loved one in spirit that is wanting to give that as a date or an age. And the 21 is the number that I've been seeing all day today. So we'll kind of see how that comes about. And so our beautiful affirmation for this week for you all, it says, may you now receive protective divine love in 7 directions. That's so beautiful. Okay, I'll repeat it again. May you now receive protective divine love in 7 directions. And if anybody knows why 7, well, my first connection with that is our 7 different chakras. So may you receive all that beautiful protective divine love and energy as it flows and comes through and connects with all of your different 7 chakras throughout your body. And, I'm sure there's other ways of connecting with that number 7. But I thought that's a really good card. Now, the word of the day, this is one thing that's fun about these cards. I'll show how beautiful it has this. I think this is an iris. I'm really bad with flowers, and then on the back, it shows all the different, or the affirmation. Now, the word, if we want to do the word of the week, or words, is to focus on enfolding and unfurling. So opening things up, right, and something that unfolds, and then unfurling. So anyhow, I think that's kind of interesting. These were fun, but I love that message. So I'm sending all of that beautiful connection, a beautiful energy, and that affirmation to you all. So may you now receive protective divine love in all 7 directions. Awesome. Beautiful. All right. Well, I am so ready and cannot wait to connect with my callers tonight. So we'll start with my first caller is Jean, and Jean is from Georgia. Hi, Jean. This is a mini medium. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, can you hear me? Yes,
Okay,
I can.
I can hear you. It was
I'm
really
doing well,
fun.
thank you.
I'm so sorry. Hang on just one moment. Let me try to turn my volume up. Just one moment, honey.
Okay.
Okay. I think it's mine. Okay. Okay. Thanks, Jane. Sorry about that. That was really strange. All of a sudden, all my
No
stuff just
worries.
went. I always say that anytime we have technical problems or whatnot, I just, you go with the flow, but I cannot, uh, think that this has got to be someone's beautiful, strong energy trying to come through. So,
Yeah.
anyhow, how can I help you tonight, hun?
Yeah, so recently, and it's happened on and off throughout my life, but recently it's been pretty constant. Whenever I go into myself to try and meditate, I just keep getting overwhelmed by like the image of like growth bugs. And I'm not sure like if there's a message there, if it's something like yucky stuff in my energy. I'm just trying to figure out like why,
Yeah.
and it's very extreme. So
Okay, gotcha. And so, tell me again, hon, I apologize, I didn't hear, but when you go into deep meditation, you said that
mhm.
what was it again that you see?
I see like growth bugs, like creepy crawly
Oh,
bugs, and
yeah.
it's not even deep meditation. I can just take a couple of deep breaths and I just, you know, and it's
Ah,
overwhelming. And sometimes it's a lot of them, and I'm not sure like there's a message I'm supposed to be getting from it or why it's there
got,
or how can I
okay.
release it or
I gotcha. Okay. Yeah. I don't blame you. I feel like if that was me, I also would be not wanting to not wanting to close my eyes or or try to go into a meditation of any kind. But
right.
so I sometimes I will connect with my cards and really turn to my cards to just give some guidance. But I really feel that even when I do dream interpretations for clients, this can really align with that as well. And the first thing I was getting, with you is the sense of just so much on your plate, per se. Just so much going on in your life. This can be really in every aspect of your life. If it's work, relationships, love, health. Do you feel like you have a lot going on in your life right now?
I do, yes.
Yeah, okay. So for me, as I see it, when you see all of, whether it's one bug or if it's several creepy crawly bugs, it is, in a sense, they're really resembling, if you will, just the many tasks or energy that's out there that you are putting and giving to all of the stuff that's on your plate. So if you think about, if you've got, let's say you've got 10 different things going on and you're just, worried and focusing on those 10 things, then let's just say 10 different bugs are going to be just overwhelming and taking over. And
Hmm.
so those bugs are, I feel, just, you know, if you look at it, something that you're afraid of. A lot of people are scared or intimidated by, creepy crawlies. And so
Right.
for me, this is your way of your subconscious mind, in a sense, connecting with your fears. And I can tell even just by listening and kind of picking up on the visions I'm getting, that you really like things to be kind of explained to you, or you like things to be more. I don't think you're much of one to like surprises. Do you like to know things beforehand?
Yes, I don't even like surprise birthday parties.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, yes. So, when you have all these creepy crawly bugs coming your way, of course they startle you. And really it's because you're worried about what's next, what more is going to come out of the woodwork, per se. And so I feel for you a big part of maybe dealing with this or helping you to get some, maybe, I don't know if I'd say closure, but maybe just a way to process and help with this, really is going to be, to just maybe visually write the things down that you need to, or that you feel needs to be done, and then have a visual cross off of them, as you get them done. Sometimes that visual sense of seeing things being completed is going to be your exterminator. Does that make sense?
Okay. It does.
And I'm willing to
Yeah.
bet I'm willing to bet as you do that in that visual sense, because you're very visual, and
Mhm.
not just that, but the action of crossing things off and then visually seeing that go away. I feel like you'll start to see these little bugs start to dissipate. Um,
Okay.
and sometimes, and I do feel like that this may be, things happening currently in your life in the present, but I'm telling you, you also have stuff in your past that you've never been able to really get closure with. And that will be
Mhm.
that continuous, um, return of whatever that bug is. Um,
Yeah.
but but I really feel that, I don't see this going on for much longer. Matter of fact,
Mhm.
I keep um, I keep getting 6 weeks. I keep going out 6 weeks, and I know that sounds to be a
Mhm.
long ways away, but that
It's
puts
okay.
us about the end of July. So give it some time, but try that and see if that will help you. Um, and sometimes for me, when I can't quite get out of my visions, my mind, I use music. Music for me helps to kind of shut out some of the stuff that I don't want to see. But if you can find something that you can focus your attention to, that's more positive, you'll see
Mhm.
it'll start to go away. Um,
Okay.
but yeah, but yes, I would try that for sure. And just I would say always keep your own um, always keep your own little bug repellent in per se on you. That way, if you have
Okay.
any of these surprise things that come, that you can deal with that
Yeah.
then.
Yeah, because I'm.
But
Yeah.
y- yeah, it'll get better. I feel like it's gonna get better. It's just a lot going on right now, and that's why I feel like you've got a lot going on with that too. Um, but try that, my friend. See if that will help you.
Got it. I will definitely, because even when I try to do like my self Reiki sessions, that's all I see, and it's so distracting because it's like they're in the way. So
Right. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what happens when we focus on something and then our mind wanders and we're like, oh my gosh, I got to get this done. I got this still left. I've got to talk to them. I got to call them. And then all of a sudden it's that infestation of bugs, uh, in a sense,
yeah,
right? So I
right.
get it. I get it, my friend. Well, I hope that helps you. I hope that gives you maybe
Yeah.
some at least guidance.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh my gosh, you're so welcome, my friend. And I will be sending you lots of good positive energy your way.
Thank you. You too. Have a good day.
Okay. Thanks, hon. You too. Bye
Bye
bye.
bye.
All right. Oh, I am ready for the next caller, and this is exciting. I'm not sure how to pronounce the name. Is it Sona or Sonia?
Hi,
From Ger-
Sona. Yes, you pronounced it correct.
Oh, good. Hi, Sona, and you're from Germany. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, that's correct. I'm from Germany.
Oh my gosh, how exciting. Well, it's such a pleasure to meet you and talk to you. And I am so excited. I love talking to people all over the world. So how can I help you tonight?
Um, yes, so thank you so much. I'm also excited to talk. So I'm interested actually what will happen in my love life. So basically, will I meet as a romantic partner? Is that a person I know, or is that or when will it happen? Something like that. So advice on that front would be nice.
Yeah, okay, for sure. Oh, I love love. I love questions about, you know, um, wanting to find your person or, am I with the right person or what. So I think love questions are one of my favorite. Um, so I'm gonna pull a couple cards for you and see if maybe that gives us sometimes guidance, or helps gives direction as I do readings. But ultimately, I really like to just listen and connect with my gifts and really pay attention to that more than anything. Um, so I'll tell you first and foremost, I don't feel at this moment a connection with anybody. Is that correct?
Uh, at the moment, sorry, I didn't get that quite right. At the moment,
No, are you in a relationship at the moment?
I'm not in a relationship, no, but I'm talking to some, so I don't know if to
Ah,
come.
okay, gotcha. Okay, okay. Well, and that's fine. I feel that right now I don't see that you are romantically involved with anybody. So even it sounds like
Yeah.
that's the case. Okay. All right. Perfect. Now, I do. I will get numbers a lot, and numbers, as I do readings, are so strong with the sense of validating the person that you're with or you. So I have to tell you, I cannot get the number 4 out of my head, and the number 4 is going to be the month of April or the fourth of a month.
Okay.
Um, do you connect
Mhm.
with that?
Um, you mean for the past? So that must mean something for me. Yes.
Yes. Do you connect with the number 4? Does that resonate with you, whether the month of April or the fourth of a month?
Yes, that makes sense to me. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, perfect. As long as yeah, if you connect with that, that's beautiful. Now, um, the person that you are talking to right now that you're mentioning, I feel that I'm going to tell you there is a sense of caution. And when I say that, I mean for you to just make sure that you are very cautious of giving too much of yourself too soon. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Because I really feel that I'm a little worried about the lack of information on this person's part, the other person you're connecting with, that I don't feel like they're being very forthcoming or very honest about themselves, and that worries me a little bit for you. So I want you to be very careful that you're not putting too much of your energy or your time, or too much information until you are completely sure that you are talking to the person that you're talking to. Because I feel it's almost like that feeling of them telling you that have, they look this way, they're this age, but actually that's only half of the truth. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So just being very aware of that, I feel, just so that that you're protected. Now, I uh, I feel that there is a connection with someone that I feel you have some very beautiful potential for this relationship to work. and I keep getting JA, which is really interesting because I don't really get names or letters, but the letter J and then A. Now I know you're, yeah, no, that would not be. Do you connect with anyone with those initials or the first initial J?
Uh, actually, G. G makes sense to me. J, I don't know, but
Okay, that's okay. I want you to just keep that in mind. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I feel there's a reason, there must be a reason that I keep seeing those initials or those two letters. And I never doubt the vision. So JA, whether their name, let's just say, even if it's the spelling is Jason, like JA, or Jack, JA, or the initials. So just keep that in mind, because I do feel like there's a connection there. Now, do you have a sister? Can I ask? Do you have a sister?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay. Um, I just keep getting this vision of you connecting with someone through your sister or through a very good, friend that is like a sister. Because I see a common connector between you and then someone who you have a love connection with. It's beautiful. Um, so if you are introduced to someone by your sister or someone by a friend that's like a sister, then I would not hesitate to jump on that opportunity to go on a date or what may be. Um, because it feels like a very genuine connection for the two of you. So definitely watch for that. Okay.
Yeah.
For sure. Now I've got about 45 seconds left. I know these go by fast, but more than anything, my friend, and I'll leave you with this, is just make sure with the person you're talking to now, just make sure that all your I's are dotted, T's are crossed, and that you feel 100% sure that they are who they are. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for calling in. It was so fun to talk to you, and have such a beautiful day whatever time it is there in Germany.
Thank you so much. Have a nice day too. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thanks, Sona. Bye-bye. All right. Hey, well, great. Oh, thanks so much, my friends. And I am your mini medium. I'm so excited I was able to get on tonight and share my gifts with you all. I will see you next week and talk to you then. Bye-bye.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Psychic Path on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
I don't see it, but hello everyone. Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I am Suzanne Marie and I will be your host for a little bit. I am a clairvoyant and a light trance medium. So yes, I appreciate all the listeners and all the callers. Thank you so much. And I know I appreciate all your support. So thank you, thank you. I'd like to talk to you now a little tiny bit about protecting your energy. And I have been reading for a very long time, and a lot of people that come to me are empathic, which means you pick up other people's emotions or intentions or just health even. You can get their headaches, you can get their stomach aches, and I wanna clarify that everyone needs to be protected, their energetic field. So if you can find a way to do that, it would probably help, because depression negates depression and hopelessness does the same thing. And we do not need to be anything negative around us. So I hope that you Google this or you search in the Facebook and you find a way to protect your energy, because it doesn't help to carry anyone else's energy. It doesn't make them better. It just means that you're the one walking around with the headache or the depression or the anxiety. So yeah, let's protect our energy and love ourselves uh, that way. So yeah, welcome to June. I am getting my office together. I've just moved a little while ago and things are settling in. And soon enough, I will find a way to do in-person readings here for anyone who's in the local area. So yeah, I'm just excited tonight for a call. So I hope everyone is taking advantage of the free calls and the free psychic readings with A1R Psychic Radio. And once again, I am Psychic Pass, and you can find me on Facebook, and you can check out my website.com. So yeah, I just really feel like a lot of people deserve to know that they're picking up on other people's energy, and it's affecting their lives. Oh, we have Penny from Pennsylvania.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you tonight?
I'm good. I'm good.
Good. What can I help with tonight?
You can do anything. Anything.
Okay. Let me see what Spirit says, okay?
Yeah, because yesterday I went through, I've been going through a long, hard time, but I won yesterday, so now anything you can tell me can't be. We got through the worst part of this year.
Oh, wonderful. That's wonderful to hear. I'm getting from Spirit that you're a really strong character, that you have a great deal of will, and you can almost make it through anything. You're you you kind of remind me of unsinkable Molly Brown is a feeling I'm getting. And so with the worst that you've been through, can I ask what you've learned?
Oh, not to not to trust anybody, not to not try not to talk or have anything. Try to say to ourselves more. And just like I said, don't trust nobody.
That's very, very sad because in order to enjoy life, you need to have your heart open. Um, Maybe the best thing to do would, when you meet new people, just ask your guides what is their intent and motivation. Because if their motivation and their intentions are no good, your own guidance will let you know. You
Yep.
won't get
I did in
swayed.
this one place for 5 years, and they caused all kinds of trouble and almost put me in jail.
Oh
And
wow.
everything was taken off my record, off everything. I have to do a little community service and nothing big.
Okay. Well, let me see what I can get. I'm going to do a healing for you after this show because I think you need a healing and you do need some spiritual energy to open up your heart and yeah to clear some things out. So I will do
They
that
even took.
after the show.
Yep. Well,
Uh,
they took one of
because
my grandkids from me. The state has one of the grandkids because of that woman.
wow.
Yep. Now
I
it's
feel
wondering, yeah.
really bad because I've been in your situation and I know how hard it is to trust people after you've been incredibly hurt, but we still need to keep our hearts open. So I'm going to do the healing for that, okay? And
Yeah, but
and let
now
me just
everybody's trying to. Now everybody's working in our favor. Now, all of a sudden, since everything's done, they're gonna let her come down to where we move to. They're jumping through hoops because they know I'm gonna come. I can get them. I'm gonna go after the people that did try to slander my name and stuff. I'm gonna go after them.
good. There's nothing wrong with justice. And I feel like you're right that all of the bad crud is over with. Um, and I feel a couple things. I feel like there's a move. There's something gonna be changing. Um, and it feels like a move. I don't know if it's you or someone really close to you, but there is a
If I
move.
get um,
It's
if I get my settlement and stuff like that, then I'm gonna try to buy my own house.
I feel like you're going to move and it's going to be a better place for you. Um, let's see.
Think we're gonna get that little girl back?
Oh, absolutely. I got that right away. I feel like what you're going through, they don't have a leg to stand on what they're doing.
Nothing anymore. Yep. After they did that. Yep.
And I feel like you will get your child back, your grandchild. I feel like this was a this was a terrible thing to go through, but I feel like
Yeah.
it was also to teach you too. And I hope that you can think of what you've learned besides the negative. Think of something positive, even after your settlement. If you can
Yep.
think of something positive that you've learned, I believe that the universe is working for us and not against us. Now, that don't mean people are always working for our best interest. And that's why I say use your guidance when you meet new people and ask your guides, what intention and motivation do these people have? And your guides will tell you in some kind of way. Um, I think your guides talk through your stomach. I feel like you get a little cramp or a queasy when you meet wrong intentioned people.
If I go after those people that tried to cause trouble for me, will I win? Will I win the lawsuit though if I go after the people?
Absolutely. Yes.
Come on.
Yes, I feel that. And I feel like it'll take about 1.5 years, but it's worth going through.
Oh yeah. Even if I don't get anything, it would be my satisfaction.
Yes, but I do
Showing
believe that
them
you
how
will be
much they
getting.
hurt us. Yeah, how much they hurt us. Put them back.
So, are you with me still?
Yep.
Okay. So I sense a really good summer. I feel like everything is going to go really well um, with you and your family and your living situation. Is your leg bothering you? I feel like there's a leg issue.
Yep. I had a car accident, and that ankle is killing me. And the lawyer only did one lawsuit thing, and I had two car accidents in a month's time, but only did one.
Oh.
He said they only did one settlement thing, so they're trying to settle one now. And it's been like 2 or 3 years, but we ain't gonna get much. That's what makes me mad. He didn't go after much for him.
Okay. Well, I feel like things are gonna change like around the fall. I feel that's when you get your abundance. I'm feeling September, October, and it's probably the first lawsuit, not the one that's going to be involved with the other woman.
How long will that? How long will that second one take with them people?
That will be timely. I get about 2 years.
I don't care. As long as
I'm so sorry that you went through that, and I thank you so much for calling, and thank you so much for allowing me to share with you.
You're welcome.
You take care.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you, everyone, for listening and calling in. Stay tuned. We have more shows, and I will see you next week. I'm signing off. Thank you again. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Evenings with Kimberly,
The comedian medium.
live from KimberlyWagonMakers.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Evenings with Kimberly
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, this is the Kimberly Wagon Makers. First time on this show. A little bit nervous. I like being in my comfort zone and not the world seeing me, but oh well, I got to come out of my comfort zone. So here I am. I'd like to introduce myself. I'd like to slowly let everybody get to know me and how I got to this position. Being a weirdo, being different, being in the woohoo realm. And I have no problem taking callers as well, even though having seconds only to tap into them could be challenging, but hey, you just got to go with it. So yes, this is my first time on AR1 radio. I'm excited. I'm going to get stronger with courage every week. And I am, to give you a little short synopsis, I have been different my whole life. Growing up, I was always called weird, but in a cute way. They all loved me, but they all laughed at me and called me weird. I always was just different. I remember at 4 years old looking at my hand and looking at the lines in my fingers and wondering, what are you? Where are you from? And as I grew up, so many different things to share. I didn't have the easiest childhood. I had probably one of the roughest in the universe. But stepping into my gift over the last 4 years, I've learned that I believe now I understand why I suffered so much, because it made me I have so much empathy for everyone and their situation, because I've been through just about everything, from being raped, being locked in a room as a child, refrigerators locked, got a lot of stories, witnessing murder, having Hollywood chase you around as a child when you don't want to be chased. You don't want everyone to know you're the weirdo. But I've grown up and I have finally let the world know about me, because a lot of religions had me suppress my gift, and to be accepted and loved, I did that until my own loss in 2019. That's where I came out, and nothing could stop me. I had to do this. And each and every time I represent a client and I know nothing about them, I walk out of my session amazed, truly grateful. And there's no better feeling than helping that person that was suffering so bad. And I can relate to that. Oops. Emotionals. Yeah, some of us gifted ones are really sensitive, and it sucks. It's one of the faux pas of it. But I like to call myself, I was certified because I just ended up in a group and it just kept growing and I didn't know what the heck I was doing there. But it was where Spirit wanted me to finally open up, accept, deliver, surrender. And I got certified as a certified psychic medium. Medium I love the most because it's the most evidential. Can't bullshit. It's not cards saying a story, although I use oracle cards and I love them, but not too often. They're more just of a ending of a, let me see something, or I'll use my pendulum. But I would say my title is more of a shaman. A shaman, the word comes from Saman, which comes from the Tungus tribe of Siberia. And it's one who sees in the dark, communicates with the three worlds, and heals. Sorry, I'm looking over. I'm running out of time. I've got to. Oops. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I'm multitasking. I'm new at this again, and I have a chat bar and don't know how to look, read, and talk. But yes. Hi, Alma. I think I have somebody.
Yes, hello.
Hi.
Hello. Hi.
Hi, babe. Is your name Alma?
Yes.
Hi. How are you tonight?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good. I'm really good. This is an exciting thing for me. I don't know where you're at, what part of the world you're at. For
I'm
me,
in Washington, PA.
Go ahead.
Washington, PA.
Ah, Pennsylvania. So it's probably dark there?
It's not dark yet.
Oh, I guess I don't know my, what is that, geography?
Well, it usually is, but right now with the new time changing, it gets dark about 9, a little after 9:20.
Wow, you guys really get it dark late.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yes.
More sunshine. More sunshine. So, hi, Elma. What brings you here tonight? How can I help you?
And maybe is any of my loved ones around?
So, first off, do I have your permission to connect with the other side, Alma?
Yes.
Okay. And so I am sensing a female. I am sensing a female right away. And this is a strong connection. This is either a sister or a sisterly bond. Does that help you in any way?
I'm not sure. Maybe my cousin.
Were you very close with her, like almost like sisters? Is it a very close bond?
I mean, kind of.
Okay, so my nose, when it knows, it knows.
Yeah.
So, sorry, that's my spirit's going through. 38. I'm hearing 38. Would that resonate with something?
She wasn't 38. She might be 38 now. I mean, she could be 38 now.
Well, I'm hearing the number 38, and so I'm not sure what that resonates with. It doesn't have to be her passing. It could be a celebration. It could be your age. It's going to be something that you will understand.
Yeah, I'm not sure yet.
Okay, let me try to dig in. I know we have very little time.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm a little nervous, but I'm just feeling this is definitely somebody strong close to you. I'm feeling it was a tragic passing. Okay, so I heard a car, but then I was also hearing cancer.
My cousin and my grandma might be there together. My grandma died of cancer, and my cousin died from a car accident.
Okay, so I do get multiple, when I do readings, I get what they call platform, which means multiple spirits come through. And so I was hearing cancer and a car accident, and I was feeling like the car accident was your cousin, but I was like, why am I hearing cancer? So I'm getting goosebumps now. So I do believe they are holding hands together in spirit. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of goosebumps. Let me see if I can. I've got like so many seconds left, but I want to try to get you a message. I just heard the color purple. Does that resonate with anything?
My favorite color.
Okay, because I'm like trying to shoot out stuff for me, and they told me to tell you purple. So
it's my favorite color.
Well, sweetheart, with such little time, I would love to continue this, but I will tell you that they're together, and the passing with your cousin in the car accident, she didn't suffer.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.wixsite.com/Perry Lyons. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City's Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi. Hello, my cherished ducklings. I'm Perry Lyons, New York City Celebrity Psychic, and you're you, and both of those are good things to be. I'm so happy to be here with you and looking so forward to having you call in, and I will answer your questions. I'm talking about questions of the heart, questions about, your life, your future. If you want me to answer questions about geography, calculus, or pretty much any music after the 1940s, that's not going to work. But questions about your deepest secrets, your deepest wishes, your desires, all of that I'm here for, that I'm good at. Okay, so we're going to do two things. First, we're going to talk a little about UFOs, not in a crazy way. Boy, this is a bright lipstick. I knew that alien who told me to wear that. Wait a minute. Hold on. An alien did not tell me to wear this lipstick. It was my choice. And then we're going to do the 3-card tarot psychic weather for the week, as we do every week. And I always make the same joke, which is it's just like regular weather, except less damaging for crops. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to quickly tell you my UFO story. Stop me if you've heard this, which you can't because you're on the other end of the line. And anyway, so get ready to call in with your questions. I don't know if you've been paying attention, but recently on a perfectly legitimate, I think it was a CBS affiliate news program in Las Vegas, it was reported that a perfectly normal family in Las Vegas, and they do exist. I have a cousin who lives there, and possibly the only non-drunk people in Las Vegas, aside from my cousin, called the police and in a completely reasonable, non-drunk, slightly mystified tone of voice said, something seems to have just crash landed in our backyard, and now there are a couple of 10-foot beings coming towards us. Help? The cops were like, oh, sure. The guy was like, no, really, listen to my voice. I am sober. I am sane. Help. So the cops went over. And what's really strange is the cops were like, whoa, there seems to be some sort of crash landed thing and some 10-foot high people. And then they said to their body cams, we can't record any of this because it's on private property. And I'm like, what? Have you ever heard, like all the true crime we watch? I had to stop watching it because I was losing my faith in human nature. But have you ever heard anybody say that? Like, it sounds like I'm not a cover-up kind of person. But that sounded a bit like a cover-up to me. And then around the same time, this whistleblower came out, government whistleblower, who the Inspector General of the United States said was a very credible source. And he said, I think it's probably time we tell you guys there are like 12 alien vehicles that the government has. I'm not a UFO person. It's not my jam. But I thought that was kind of interesting. So even though UFOs are not my jam, my jam is strawberry. That was a dumb joke. I can't believe I made it. Just pretend I didn't say that. Okay, thank you. Here's my story. I was about 17, and I used to, when I lived in Greenwich Village, New York, and I used to jog around Washington Square Park for exercise. I remember that. At the time, I was modeling and, very into health and all that stuff. So I'm jogging around Washington Square Park, and I would usually jog in the evening. Like, I don't know why. Like around 6 or 7. And it was a Saturday night, and the Village is a very touristy, very popular place to go in New York. So there were tons of people out, and I'm jogging, and there, above the north side of Washington Square Park, above the NYU building, oddly, in which my mother was working, although not at that moment. Hi, Kim and Monmouth Beach. Cool, New Jersey, rock on. My mom was a Jersey girl. Okay, if you can hold on a few seconds, I just want to finish this story and draw a couple of cards. While you're waiting, I'd like you to take deep breaths in through your nose, breathe out through your mouth like this, like you're blowing out a birthday candle, and think about your question. So anyway, here's the rest of my story. Ready? I know you are. Anyway, right above this NYU building, this thing appeared that was like a UFO, like out of a movie. I mean, it had revolving multicolored lights around its base. It had like a dome. That's the international signal for dome that was lit up. And it was moving in a way that was physically impossible for anything man-made to move, in that it was going like whoop, and it would go up like 300 feet in a second and then move sideways and then move 200 feet down and then go sideways. For kind of random, I mean, maybe the driver had been drinking or something, but it was not of this earth. So I stopped, and I just stopped and I pointed and I said, "Hey, everybody, it's a UFO." Not one person looked up. They were like, "You're high." I'm like, "I'm not high. I'm jogging. I don't do that anyway." Like, and who jogs? I'm wearing Adidas. I don't know why I said that, but I actually did say that. But it was in the 90s, so yeah, forgive me. Anyway, so nobody looked up. So went home and I called the police, and in my very reasonable, sort of theater trained voice, I said, "Hello, I just saw a UFO above Washington Square Park." And they're like, "Lady, you're crazy and high." I'm like, "But I'm wearing Adidas." And they hung up on me. I called back because that's just the kind of pushy broad I am, and said, "Has anybody else called in about this?" And they're like, "Please leave us alone. We're trying to chase criminals here." And then, so I let it be. 4 years later, in the section of the New York Times called the Metropolitan Diary, where regular people just write in their little New York-related stories, somebody wrote in and said, 4 years ago, I lived right near Washington Square Park, and this is what I saw. And they described what I saw. And they said, "I just wanted to know if anybody else saw this. I haven't mentioned it to anybody for 4 years." But they described what I saw, and I just, it felt like vindication to me. I wrote back in, but they didn't publish it. And so that was that. So not a classic anecdote in that sense, but it was a UFO. And oddly, I've now met a ton of really normal people who've also seen UFOs. So who knows? If that, listen, if Jupiter has good beaches and no politics, I'm there. I'm just there. So I'm going to start packing. Anyway, so now we're going to get to my lovely Jersey girl in a second. Monmouth Beach, which is a lovely place to be from or be in. I'm going to quickly grab 3 tarot cards out of my bag of like 1,000 tarot cards. Not kidding. And this is going to be the beginning of the week, the middle of the week, and the end of the week. Are you ready? Because this is always weirdly accurate. Don't ask me why. The beginning of the week starting like right today. Ready? You're going to get to see the top of my head because the bag is too big to put on my lap. It just is. 1 second. All right, what are we grabbing here? Okay. Oh, nice. We like that. Okay, Queen of Cups. This card is for the beginning of the week. So if you are a Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio woman or identify as female, this is for you. It means that you're going to start the week in a very sort of self-expressed way. As Pisces woman, I can tell you that for me, self-expressed is lying in bed listening to audiobooks and trying to teach ancient Greek to my parakeets. That might not be you, but it means you'll be getting positive attention. If that's not your sign, it often means it's a sign of it's a loving wife and mother card. So you might be going to go see your mom and give her a big hug for me. It can also be a woman in your vicinity who's loving, intuitive, helpful, and care. Wait, that's me. Okay, hold on. So you're starting this week out with me, but seriously, you're starting this week out by either getting positive attention if you're Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio, or play one on TV, or probably going to be spending some time with your mom, or there might be an influential, like sort of intuitive, caring woman helping you along the first part of the week. Whee! Okay, that was a very good throw. Oh, I love this card. Man, we're getting good cards this week. Okay. I hope this I hope this is accurate for you, because personally, I just re-entered the dating field, and I'm like, help. So let's hope this is for me too. This card, the Two of Cups, you'll notice that the two people are exchanging golden cups. They're equal height, which means they're equals. They have what you recognize as sort of the medical thing that you see on prescription pads and stuff. It's called an Asclepius. It's a symbol, ancient Greek symbol meaning healing. And there's something hovering in the back, which is Archangel Michael. Not him, it's a representation of him. He's the Archangel of healing. So this is two people who come together as equals. So they're friends. There might be somebody you started out as just knowing as a friend. But as people coming in a love relationship, which this might be somebody you've known for a long time who suddenly you're like, oh my gosh, I just realized I have feelings for him, her, other. And you'll notice that they're exchanging golden cups in a way that encompasses it covers the chakra for telling the truth, for love, for self-expression, and for happy physical attraction, put it that way. So looks like you might meet somebody this week, or you might, because I was just feeling a friendship might catch fire, figuratively. Almost done. Hang in there, my Jersey girl. Oh my gosh, these are the best cards ever. I never picked these beforehand. So at the end of the week, a situation that you did not expect to go well. By the way, I need a manicure, so don't look at my nails. Thank you. It's going to not only go well, it's going to go much better than you could possibly expect. This card often, when I get this card for clients, it means that there's a kind of happiness coming up that you haven't experienced before. For those of you who are thinking about doing the baby thing, could say, whatever it is, great. Okay. Saying, the end of the week will be really, really good. We might be having some technical difficulties here. Okay, I was going to blame my producer, but he just gave me a compliment, so never mind. Okay, our darling, you still there? My beloved Jersey girl?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Here. Hi, sweetie. Tell me your first name again. I'm sorry. I didn't hear it before.
Kim.
Oh, what a great name. Cool. Hi. I'm still Perry. So I like to connect people by using their birthdays. So if you want to tell me what day and month your birthday is, that's how I connect you.
It's 5/20, 5/20/81.
Oh, cool. So 5/20. Do you identify
Taurus.
as a Taurus or Taurus? Yeah, good. I'm
Yeah,
not feeling
Taurus
very
for
pro
sure.
Gemini lately. I don't know. Sorry, Geminis. You're brilliant and
Yeah, it
and
is the
funny and
borderline, but I definitely act like a Taurus.
yeah, we love Tauruses around here. And my mom was a Jersey girl who was Taurus. So there we go. So my darling Kim, how can I help you today? What's on your mind?
I was just like, it's a lot of stuff going on, and I'm at a crossroads. I'm trying to move, and I wanted to see if there's anything you see about that.
Well, get out of that crossroads, girl. You'll get hit by a car. Oh, I see. It's a figure of speech. Gotcha. Let me see what I'm getting for you. Yeah, you've just been hitting one obstacle after another there. It feels like you've been having a little trouble maybe listing the house you're in, or there's just been, and you're not moving that far. Are you
I'm
moving?
hoping not to.
Yeah, well, you're moving within a 300-mile range. Um,
Oh yeah.
but I think it's probably a lot closer than that. But let me see. It's going to take a little longer than you think, but that's the bad news. The good news is that you're buying a new place, right? That's what I'm getting.
No, I have to rent.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. I'm usually 100% accurate, but there's always that little 1% lurking in there. What I will say is that I'm getting a really nice place that's going to pop up that seems like it would be out of your, I mean, be out of my uh, financial range, but it seems like it would cost a lot more than it does, but it's really nice. And for some reason, I am getting water near it. I'm getting like,
Exactly.
oh, good.
I'm by the beach.
Oh, good. Okay. I wasn't saying that because you have the word beach in the place you're calling from, but I think not only are you going to be by the beach, but there might be like, this is a crazy thing to say, but my guides are being very specific. Might be something like a little koi pond on the property.
That would be
those ornament. Yeah, wouldn't that be cool?
That would make sense. Where like especially like if I rent like a place, like a room in a house or something, that would make sense because they have them a lot around here.
Well, I'm just getting a koi pond for those of my viewers who aren't familiar with. I only know what a koi pond is for reasons I won't get into. But koi are those like they look like goldfish on steroids, and they're ornamental and a little koi pond. I'm just seeing like a little decorative pond, and you will be within walking distance to the beach. What's interesting is that you might wind up moving a little farther than you mean to, but it's all good. Don't worry. I know you want to stay near your family.
But that makes
things
sense.
are good. Yeah, things are going to start unsticking in July. June, you know what? For June, just relax about it. Put your attention on something else, like learn a foreign language or learn a macrame or try this new thing I've heard about called exercise. Sorry, it's me feeling guilty. No, you don't need that. I need that. Sorry. Kind of take your attention off it for a bit because you're starting to feel a little overwhelmed, and you're also getting conflicting and not very good advice from a ton of different people. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody's. I mean, people who are passing you in the street or you don't even know are like giving you unwanted advice about this. So take a deep breath. It's going to work out. I see probably moving in September would be my guess. August 15th at the earliest. So just relax for a bit is all. It's going to be fine. What do you have 2 or 3 kids? Do you have kids? Am I right about that?
I've just got one.
Okay. Nobody's lurking under the bed or behind the couch cushions or anything you've forgotten about. Any stepkids? The reason I ask is because I'm getting. Go ahead.
I kind of live with my ex, and he has 2 kids, but both of them are grown. So like all 3 of them are grown.
They're still kids. I mean, we're all still kids inside. But that's what I was getting. Those to me, those are stepkids, and I'm counting that as a win. Oh, you got a good kid. I like your kid. Yeah, that's about what I'm getting. I'm sorry, but living with your ex is stressful. I think that's part of what's contributing to this.
It really is. It's absolutely me because I've seen once or twice before, and you're really, really awesome. It's definitely me because of everything that's going on.
Oh, thank you. I'm not that off. But thank you for saying that. I'm getting. I, I'm just gonna. I'm gonna be a little sassy here because my mom was a Jersey girl. So I inherited sass. Um, the reason I got 2 or 3 kids because if he has 2 kids, that for me, my guides are like those count as step kids. But I like your kid is awesome. Nothing against those kids; they're fine too. Thank you for watching. I really appreciate that. Um, let's see, what else can I tell you? If oh God, once you're out of there, things. Oh, honey. Oh, as soon as you the ex-husband thing, I was wondering where that pressure in my chest and shoulders was coming from. Um, what I would like you to do is remember to breathe occasionally because you're living with so much unconscious stress that you're breathing shallowly. I don't mean shallowly like in that you're acting like a Kardashian. I mean shallowly like you want to stop and take the occasional deep breath. And also for you, nature girl, because nature is very healing for you. I want you to get up and go for some sort of nature walk in the morning. If I don't,
100%. I love
yeah,
nature.
you are nature girl.
That's all
You
I
really
want to
are.
do is be in nature.
I am hotel girl. It's a New York City thing, but you really are nature girl. I mean, even for a tourist, when
You
you guys are all
definitely got me though.
thanks. Yeah, well, it's fun to get you. You get great energy. Really fun. Um, also, the job situation is going to work out. Um, thank God. Um, did
Thank
you
God. Please.
Yeah. Did you work in
I know it.
medically
I
related?
think so. I know it will, but I just keep trying.
Um, you know, I think the thing is that you have such high standards for yourself. Bless you. Bless you for having high standards. It's so rare. Um,
I
have
am
you
kind
worked
of
in a
too hard on myself.
yeah, yeah,
I do
well,
that. Like
I'm
I
getting
want to do certain
I'm
things.
getting that. Yeah. Takes one to know one. You know, I like wake up in the morning and hit myself over the head with a hammer just at the same time. Not really, but you are very hard on yourself, which I recognize. Have you worked in a medically related field? Because you would be really good
Yes.
working.
Well, kind of. It's like veterinarians and animals. Like I just help the vets every once in a while, or I save animals, and I do healing with animals.
I love you. And my parakeets love you too. Um, oh, that's what. Yeah, you have a healing vibe. So if you want to look for a job like in a vet's office or as a vet tech, or you'd be so good at that. You really can heal animals. Like that could be that could be your side job. You could also be, and I'm not saying I'm, this takes a lot for me to say because until I met a real one, I was always like animal psychics. Yeah, that's an easy gig. Just make it up. Until I met an actual real animal psychic who's really that you can do that. Like you could tell me what
I
my
love it.
parakeets
I
are.
love it.
Yeah, you get them. I mean, I'm not kidding. You get them. You could tell me what my
Yeah.
parakeets are thinking, which is mostly, hey, where's the rest of that apple, Buster? But yeah, no, I mean, you get animals. So I would, if you're not working right now, or if you're not happy where you're working, go be happy. Go work with animals and do the world a favor. We need you. We need you doing that. I hope you move somewhere near me because you're fun. um, I said that's about all I got. That's about all I got for you. How much time do we have left, Dave? Should I say with our lovely 4.5 minutes? Kim, you're still my girl. Ask me something else. 3.5 minutes.
Like,
have you ever
do you pick
Go
up
ahead.
anything on my ex?
That's okay.
Like how
We've got another caller. I don't want to push. I don't want to pressure you. That's okay. Just because I just wanted to tell you that I wanted to reflect back to you that things are going to get better. They're going to get better, and they're going to get better soon. Get through the next 2 weeks. Nothing bad's going to happen, not good, but nothing bad's going to happen for the next 2 weeks, but I want you to take care of you. Also, you're dehydrated, girl. Drink more water. Considering you live near the ocean. Well, you can't drink the ocean. You know what I mean. Drink more water. Get a little more exercise. You're taking care of everybody but you. And you know that thing about like on the airplane when they're like, put the mask on yourself first so you can save everybody else around you. I'm scared of flying, so by the time
Yeah.
they're like, put the mask on, I'm like, ah, I'm under the seat screaming. But for people who don't do that, put the mask on yourself first because you're taking
That
care of
makes sense.
everybody else. Yeah, please do because you're really fun. Also, I think the place you're going to, aside from, I genuinely think it's going to have a koi pond. I think you can do a little gardening there. I think there'll be a little patch in the back that they'll let you mess with. I don't know if that's.
Oh,
I
I
don't know if
love
that's.
doing that.
Huh?
I would love to do that. Oh yeah.
Yeah. You're a gardener too. Could you
I
come
got a
fix my
green thumb.
roses?
Yep.
Yes, you do. Yeah, you do. That's another tourist thing. Uh, I didn't turn into a really good gardener until my mom, who was ambassador gardener, passed, and then started sending all of her energy to her garden, now my garden. So I could go out and pour Clorox on the roses. I can do anything to that garden. And from the other side, she's like, "I got this." So they're. But you are natural. You're you're a nature girl. I love it. So
Yeah,
how does it feel to
definitely,
be
for
actually
sure.
seen for? How does that feel to be actually seen? Because I feel like nobody in your vicinity is actually seeing you or hearing you right now. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
that's true.
Yeah. So I see you, and you're awesome. You really are. I get the best people on the show.
Thank
So
you.
you're welcome, my love. So go be awesome, and let me know what happens. Everybody, and you, Kim, too, in case you want to stay in touch, I'm on Facebook under, unsurprisingly, Perry Lyons. And I also have a new website address, which we're going to fix by next week. It's just Perry Lyons, P as in pneumonia, A1R Perry, like periwinkle, Lyons, Lyons, Lyons like the but with the Y. So perrylyons.com. It's that easy. And let me know how you're doing. And Kim, let me know how you're doing because I care, and also I'm nosy. And I love you guys. I just really do. And that color looks great on you. So here's what I'd like you to do this week. I would like you to take care of yourself. I would like you to, once a day, I would like you to ask, this is what the question I ask myself when I get unhappy in a moment. I say, what would the happiest woman in the world do at this moment? And then I do that. Adjust pronouns or gender accordingly. What would the happiest man in the world do right now? Anyway, see you next week, 9 p.m. Love you guys. Mwah. I'm Perry Lyons, Moonstruck TV. Take care.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soul to Soul with medium Kelly Kristen.
Live from MediumKellyKristen.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soul to Soul on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Soul to Soul. I am your host, Medium Kelly Kristen, and I am so glad to be here with you tonight. I always love coming on Wednesday. Thank you for joining me. I was thinking about what I was going to talk about tonight, and I really feel inspired to talk about my little Earth Angel situation I had. And in case you're wondering what that is, Earth Angels are those people that when you're stuck on the side of the freeway with a flat tire, they stop and help you, or you're at the grocery store and you need an extra $2 and they're behind you and they pay for you, or they're just people that give you words of wisdom or encouragement. And that's what happened to me. I was at the doctor's office of all places when I met my little Earth Angel, and we talked for 2 hours because we waited for the doctor for 2 hours, and I didn't even get her name right, but I just felt really blessed to hear her words of inspiration, her entire life story. It was so interesting. And even though her message or her life didn't really mirror mine too much, it was just that she spoke from her heart and from her soul. And then just the messages that she gave. She talked about how important it is to build community. She talked about how husbands grow a little softer in demeanor as they get older. And she talked about her husband, Vern, and how she remembers now why she remarried him. She talked about how rewarding it is to have 2 grown boys that both served our country and who now have grown to become her best friends. She talked about, so many things, right? She talked about having the courage to leave her first husband because he abused the family, and she had 4 little boys, and how she reinvented herself. That was so inspiring to hear and so inspiring to, listen to. She was really proud of herself because she's super great at things that are electronic and mechanical, and she can fix these things. And she got offered a job early on when the computer programming was coming out because she understood it. And she talked about just a lot of things like that were just so special to listen to her speak about. And at one point she kind of teared up and she said, I didn't realize how lonely I am. And I thought, oh, that's so sweet, because she didn't know that it was me that was getting the joy out of listening to her speak, right? Because it all was heartfelt and right from her soul. So I don't know. I invite you to look around and see if you can find an Earth Angel, because it's an amazing experience, and I want to thank her for that. I also want to talk quickly about a couple of classes I have coming up. They're June 24th and June 25th, and the first one is a watercolor and reading the watercolor in a reading. And you don't have to want to be a psychic medium. You just have to want to learn. And then the other one is about using poetry to read from our soul. And again, no experience necessary. But if you go on my Facebook page at Medium Kelly Kristen, so Kelly with a Y and Kristen is I-N, I have a post on there. And if you're an A1R Psychic Radio listener or a Moonstruck TV watcher, just put it in the post, and I'm going to pick 2 people, 1 for each class for a free ticket. And then the rest of you, I'll give you a discount, because I really love connecting with you and meeting you, and I would love for you to join me. And I think we're ready. I think I have our caller. Janine, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, did I say your name correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay, and you're from New Jersey, is that right?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. How are you this evening?
I'm doing great so far.
Nice. I love it when you guys are doing great. What do you, do you know what kind of reading you wanted to have tonight? Were you looking at something in your life, or were you hoping to connect with somebody?
Honestly, I'm pretty open to anything. Definitely open to connect with somebody.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'd like to see, yeah.
Okay. Or do you have an area of your life that you'd like to look into a little bit and see who comes in?
Maybe just like where I'm headed, kind of. I'm kind of in like a stagnant place right now, trying to figure out what's next.
Okay. Right. And I'm being like told that there's this expansion coming for you, I guess you would say, where there's going to be some new opportunities and new people actually in your life. And it feels very much like, I don't know if you heard me talk a couple weeks ago about finding your tribe. It almost feels like this is what's coming for you, like a group of people that you resonate with. Um, and I want to use the word grown-ups. So I don't know what that means exactly, but I see that coming for you. And actually, I feel like we have a guide for you, someone that comes to guide you. And this person, I'm getting this information from this person. So this is really beautiful. Do you know anything about spirit guides?
Not much really, just little bits here and there, but not so much.
Okay, because I just feel like you have this really wonderful lady, and I was just talking about a really powerful woman. She feels the same way. She feels like she's here to support you, and especially in creative things that you're doing. And I wonder, have you thought about? Are you like thinking of doing another job, or you're starting your own business?
Definitely thinking about changing careers, yes.
Okay, because it feels like she's supporting you in making that transition from the ending to this beautiful new beginning, including, yeah, career wise. Let's see what else I can pick up for you. I also feel like you're gonna, we've had this hard time during COVID and things have been kind of stagnant, but I feel like things are changing up a little bit for everybody. And I feel like there's, again, going to be a lot more clarity. So I don't know if just with your job, you're thinking about what you want to do, but I would invite you to like, aim high is what I want to say to you.
Yeah.
So go.
That's where I'm headed. It's all or nothing at this point.
Okay, because it feels very much like just go for it. Don't I don't know if you normally would apply to jobs that you're overqualified for, but this feels like even apply for ones that you may not be all the way qualified for because you really are, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's so short, the show, right? But I feel like we have another lady joining us who's not a spirit guide, but actually a family member. And she's really loving. She makes me feel like she was very independent when she was here with us on the earth plane. And I feel like that's her message for you is, and I feel like you are very independent, but just, listen to what your soul is telling you. Listen to your intuition.
Yeah.
And I wonder, um, I wonder if you maybe have been seeing some signs about a different direction in your life about what, not just career wise, but I spoke about these people that are coming for you, this new tribe of people. Would you understand what I'm talking about with that at all?
I'm not really.
Okay. So maybe it's
Like
going to
I've
be
kind of
even.
had the same group of friends for a long time, so it's kind of like, but we're always meeting new people.
Yeah, it is not like you're giving up your old friends. I feel like maybe, as I
Mhm.
just said that, it's maybe going to be around a new endeavor, maybe this new job, if you get this
Okay.
new job. It's just people that
Okay.
you have a lot in common with, and will have a lot of support with. So that should be really nice.
Okay.
Let's see what else I'm getting for you. I feel like you're super upbeat, right? Like I feel like you see the glass half full. And I feel like you have this beautiful, I want to call it like an aura around you. And I wonder if you are aware of this, I often talk about this bright, shiny light, right? And I wonder if
Yeah.
you're aware that, do you feel like you attract a lot of people? Do a lot of people confide in you and tell you their whole life story, that kind of a thing?
Yes.
Okay, because I just want to mention, to try to protect your power, yourself, from being, people are attracted to your bright shiny light, is what I'm trying to say. So just try to
Yeah.
protect yourself so you don't get drained. I kind of feel that for you,
Yeah.
but I feel like
Actually, that's something I'm working on a lot.
good for you. That's going to be amazing for you. You're going to notice a difference. And so sadly, we are almost out of time. It goes by so fast. But again, if you would like to contact me on my Facebook page or however you can get a hold of me, I'm happy to talk to you a little bit more if you'd like.
Yeah, for sure. Because I definitely would love to try and connect with some people if I could. So I would definitely love to talk further.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Janine. Find me on Facebook or the Facebook page. And thank you so much for everybody for tuning in tonight. And I will see you next week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Soulfully Guided with Carmel Ann. Live from soulfullyguided.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soulfully Guided
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another week of Soulfully Guided. I'm your host, Carmel Ann. If anyone wants to tune in, if anyone listening live would like a reading today, please do let our network know. I'll be offering a mini reading on our show just after I talk about. Today I said I would talk about self-worth, and we're going to look at values and self-esteem, really. Excuse my voice, it's miraculously healed, but I am in the process of losing my voice and coming back. So it's an unknown. I'm not sick. I'm just I'm talking too much, clearly. We've done this series on drug addiction, and there's some other sort of things that come up along the way, which I've realized I really wanted to speak about it. So I might be to the point. I don't consider myself harsh, but really honest in a compassionate way. this is what it was like for me. I mean, not to offend anyone. This is how I experienced it. So on talking about self-worth, values, and self-esteem, I've just taken some notes because it's so clear in my head when I write it down. But here on the show, I will get lost and sort of go on a tangent on other sort of aspects of it. But I really wanted to say, please do not make decisions or commitments when your self-esteem or your self-worth is low. The reason why we do this, why I avoid this, is because when we're at our lowest, we often tend to attract things that aren't really aligned with our best selves, or, you know, we're working from a lower end of the spectrum and we don't want to settle. So the lower our self-worth and the lower our expectations are, and in reality, the more we're likely to settle for something that we wouldn't have on a good day or a good moment or when we were feeling good. So don't make rash decisions in the heat of the moment when you're having a bad day, a bad month, or a bad year. You're just going to spiral into more things that get you at your worst moments, not your best. So always, always work on loving yourself and that relationship with yourself. That relationship with yourself is going to not only improve your self-worth, your values, your self-esteem, but also the quality of your relationships. Now, Jennifer, hello.
Hi.
Welcome. I'm going to give you a reading. Just hold on one tick. Thank you for tuning in, or for calling in, I should say. So the more love you feel for yourself, the higher your vibration, or the higher your personality, and the more you'll radiate, and the more you will attract things that are in, like they say, in your highest good or your best interest. But the more you'll attract things that are better for you, things that you're not settling for, but things that are attracted to you and you're attracted to when you're at your best, not at your lowest or worst point. So I hope that is helpful for you. That was my experience after 17 years of low self-esteem and self-worth that resulted in substance abuse. So heading back to Jennifer. Hello there.
Hello.
Thank you again for calling in. What would you like your tarot reading on today?
My relationship.
On a relationship? Absolutely. Is there a specific question, or would you like a general reading?
Just a general reading.
Just a general reading on love? Okay. Right. Let's see. I'd usually ask about, is it about a specific person, but I'm not feeling compelled to ask that today. So we'll see what the cards have to say for you. So please connect with Jennifer on a love reading. Relationship reading, sorry. Connect with Jennifer. Oh, please connect with Jennifer. General relationship reading. What would you like to say? Have a clarifier on that, please. Okay. Okay. And in what area? Okay. Okay. And advice and guidance. Advice and guidance. And an outcome. Okay. How do we improve that? Sorry, I'm pulling out a few cards. Okay. Okay. So overall, it's not showing me if you are in an existing relationship, but when we look at relationship and love in general, I feel that, first of all, always go with your gut instinct. There's an element of you, regardless of whether you consider it gifted or not, there's an element of you that when you connect with yourself, you actually know what's right for you and you know how to read a person well. So in all areas of your life, would you be comfortable to trust your intuition and your gut instinct?
Yeah.
Excellent. It is a light calling to do so, and the more you work on it, I think the stronger you'll get. So you don't have to be in the professional field of reading for people just because you're intuitive. So work on that. Look, love has not come easily for you. There's been some really challenging moments, and I feel that things at the moment are sort of, you might look at it as things that are needing to fall apart. I don't want to focus on this being a bad thing. I think any past hurt has shaped you into sort of feeling stuck and limited with choices, or, you know, you're stuck in a sort of way of thinking that you're so much bigger than. So I think, yes, personal and physical attraction is important, but when it comes to relationships, and like I said, I'm not seeing any relationship existing at the moment. That's not to say you're in one, but this is the best advice I've got for you right now. I want to see you not be a product of your past or feeling stuck or settling. I want you to be your best self. I want you to feel like you can love safely and trust the decisions you make. And when it comes to love, feel safe to choose from the heart, not from, you know, a place of risk or sort of trying to avoid situations that would break your heart. I think now is the time to build strong foundations on what you want and what you're sexually attracted to and personally, physically attracted to. It might be a challenge for you right now. However, the more we break those weak walls down, or those walls that are starting to crumble and those things that are breaking our relationships, the more stronger you will be on the flip side of that. Do you find it hard not to fully commit to a person, but do you find it hard to choose, make choices and stick with a person, or sort of, you know, do you have a boundary or an expectation and then you can quickly sort of, well, fall back and let that slide?
Yeah.
We really, really need to work on that in all relationships, please. Out of anything in this reading, sticking to your decisions that you make is the strongest message I can give you to improve all areas of your life and future relationships. If you're not ready to do that, or you find yourself falling that position again, the cycles you're going through are going to continue. So that's your big message, and part of trusting yourself as well. We need to flip things around for you in the status of your relationship. It's not that you're unlovable or other people are unlovable or a good match. It's that our heart is, there's an outer stone. So you don't have a heart of stone. You have a beautiful heart that is protected, say metaphorically, by a layer of stone. And you're not letting people into their full capacity. And you're not sort of having these boundaries and things in place that you need to. So flip that around. Find your balance, find your grounding, trust and love yourself, and really let those emotions out. First with people you're very comfortable with, and then set those boundaries. If we don't do this, we're always going to feel cheated and hurt. And we're going to make rash decisions that we're trying to avoid. Oh, it's a big mouthful. How do you feel about that?
I feel good.
It's, yeah,
I think,
good. It is
I have a lot of things. Boundaries is like the number one thing. I think I have to stick to my guns.
Yes, boundaries is the strongest. It is not the easiest as well. So with all readings, we don't expect you to go away and change everything overnight. We're not going to place that much pressure on you. Take your time, but not your lifetime. So we want to improve your life, not add pressure to it. So awareness is a key, and keep working on it. Love yourself. The more you love yourself, the better this is going to get. The more you trust yourself. You're an amazing person, and you're selling yourself short.
Thank you.
You are so welcome. It's been really beautiful to connect with you. Thank you for calling in and asking such a personal question, and allowing me in so deeply. Thank you.
Thank you.
and to everyone else. So I actually don't know what we'll be talking about next week. I have had no thought about it. So tune in for a mystery show. I'll post about it on Facebook. So head over to our Facebook page or our website, which will give you links to everything. Really enjoying doing mini reads on our social media and connecting deeper with people and putting myself out there, and it's been really fun. So if you want a reading, you want a mini reading, or you want to explore Soulfully Guided outside of the show, please check us out and tune in next week for our mystery topic. I don't know what I'll be talking about, but thanks for listening this week. Bye everyone.
Question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I'm Psychic Medium John Capello, and I want to invite you to go to my website at johncapello.com and learn more about my work. My career has spanned over 30 years, and I've had the privilege to share my psychic and mediumship abilities with thousands. I hope to hear from you soon.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from johncapello.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Psychic Side on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, and welcome to the Psychic Side here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network, Moonstruck TV, and Enlightening TV. You're visiting the #1 psychic radio network on Earth. How about that? I'm your host, John Capello, and I'm a psychic medium from Texas. And before we get started today, I want to just take a moment to remember D-Day. Today is June 6th. My father was there on a ship. He was unloading supplies for the troops. He was a merchant marine, and he served 2 tours of duty then. May he rest in peace, and thanks to all who served that day and since. So usually before we talk about our content on our program, we talk a little, or I talk a little bit about astrology, but today I want to focus on my guest, and you can probably already see her there. She'll come on in just a moment. But for nearly 16 years, Texas, Jennifer, she's a native Texan. Jennifer Farmer has worked as a professional intuitive medium and spiritual teacher. She has given public demonstrations for her mediumship and taught signature workshops on developing intuition and connecting with the spirit world. She's been featured on Spirit Connections with John Holland, Dr. Pat Pacelli, and many others. In 2008, Bob Olson, editor of the website spirit.com and bestpsychicmediums.com, named her as one of the best psychic mediums. Her book, A Healing Journey, How to Heal Grief and Rebuild Your Life After Loss, has many 5-star reader reviews and has helped many people put the pieces of their life back together after loss. So for more information about Jennifer, just visit her website, www.jenniferfarmer.com. And so we'll bring her in just a minute, but I want to say a little bit about my program last week, because I've kind of started talking about mediumship. And last week I was talking about the value of mediumship. And one of the values of being a medium is to be able to validate the continuity of life. It's a wonderful thing, because we believe in the continuity of life, but once it's validated by talking to a medium or getting a reading from one, it's a very good thing. But the second thing that I mentioned is that mediumship helps the grief process, because we get the idea, or we know that we're going to see our loved one again. And that's an important thing, because knowing that we have a finite time here on Earth, and that we're going to be seeing those that we lost, those that were so dear to us again, is such an extremely important thing. And lots of mediums write books about grief. I'm one of them. But today we're going to focus on Jennifer's book, A Healing Journey. And so what I want to do is I want to go ahead and bring her in into our program. So hi, Jennifer. How are you today?
Hey, John. Thank you so much for having me on.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So what inspired you to write A Healing Journey and how to heal grief and rebuild your life after loss? What was your inspiration for that?
Well, I've really been working with my clients and students to help them feel more connected to their loved ones in the grief process, no matter what time, whether it's 5 years or 5 minutes. And one of the things I found is a lot of people struggle with kind of getting a continuity of messages for themselves, feeling their loved ones. And some of that I feel from the feedback that I got from my students is they're in that realm of grief. And so it's hard to hear, see, and feel the presence of our loved ones. And so my goal with the book, it was really to help sort of prepare you to have communication with your loved ones. And so that's really the inspiration for the book, to help really make that consistent communication and knowing and trusting more available to everybody.
Yeah, well, very good, because I know a lot of times people say they can't feel that person. They say, what happened? How come they're not communicating with me? And they come in for a reading and they're right there. And I just say, listen, I feel like the reason why you're not feeling them is because you're in grief, and there's kind of a shroud, or there's a little bit of energy that kind of blocks them. So it's good. I'm glad you kind of recognize the same thing with wanting people to kind of connect with their loved ones and know that they're still there. Because I don't know if you're like me, I just feel like people who love us, they want to stay around us, and so they come in when we're doing a reading for them. So who is the book for, and when is a good time for someone to read it?
Well, the book is for anyone who is ready to begin their healing journey. They're ready to kind of take a next step forward and kind of make some healing changes in their life. I always feel like that making a decision to move and heal from grief and loss is part of the first step. And so, as far as who it's for is, I'd say anybody 18 years or older, check. Anybody who has gone through a loss or has reoccurring loss or depression as a result of a past loss or experience.
Yeah.
As far as new people that have lost loved ones, honestly, I think that's up to each person and depending on the way the loss happened. Some people have anticipatory grief. And in that, meaning the person hasn't passed, maybe they're long-term caregivers, they have a different flow in how grief may appear to them, and they experience them beforehand. So some of the work that we do in the workbook kind of prepares you for whatever stage grief you might be in and experiencing.
Yeah, you make them work, don't you?
Yes, it is an internal job. And I do, and you're 100% right. I don't feel like people are blocked from messages. I feel like what happens is because our body is in shock or denial from the grief, that our ability to, and I call it sort of my porcupine senses, they're not as refined and they're not as sharp because you're dealing with heavy emotions. And those can sort of cloud your ability to perceive when a loved one is with you.
And maybe they're just trying a little too hard.
Yeah.
Because what happens is we no longer have that physical relationship.
Right.
We have a spiritual relationship, and that spiritual relationship is a little bit different. You have to kind of get used to it. So that's very good that you're giving them that encouragement to keep trying. So what can a reader expect when they are reading the book?
Well, first of all, again, it is a journey, which means you're not going to read one chapter and be completely free of the pain of grief. It is an experience through 5 strategies to help you rebuild your life. And just like a house isn't built overnight. And so we go through this sort of mindset and giving yourself permission, planning for those hard days and what to do about that, beginning to look at new identities on, example, like married couples and a widow, her or his identity changes a lot in how they communicate with people. We go through different strategies on how to find a purpose to help sort of get you out of the bed in the morning. And then finally, the last strategy is where I really talk about preparing to get to know the spirit realm, how they work with you, because I believe we need all 5 of those strategies to really make a transformation into a new perspective of living, because we always see the world different with each experience. And my hope is that it gives each reader a little bit of validation, a little bit of relief, some tools, and for people that are structured people, give you some tools and some ideas that you can experiment with. And then, of course, for those that haven't been open to the spirit world before, but have felt their loved ones with them, it gives you a chance to explore that a little bit more so that you can find the comfort that comes from hearing, feeling, and seeing a loved one.
Yeah. I noticed also in the book you have some affirmations.
I do.
You have people that you want people to say, basically, I'm going to get better,
Yeah.
And so kind of creating a positive energy around you to give you hope again, to give you an idea that life continues for you. And, a lot of times when people, they've been a caregiver for a long time, and then suddenly they don't have that person to care for anymore. There's a certain grief there. What do I do with my life? And so by having your workbook, it kind of get people to kind of make a plan. how to move forward. So I like that about that. So what do you suggest for people who want to connect with their loved ones on the other side? How do you suggest they do that?
Well, first of all, you just have to acknowledge that the possibility is there. I always encourage people just to consider that their communication will feel and look different than like you and I talking right now. It's rare that we have that, that objective hearing like we had verbally. It is nonverbal communication. So first thing I always encourage people is to learn how to get still and quiet so that you can still your body, to open up your antenna, and to also pay attention when you're doing, I call it no-brainer activities like washing the dishes and taking a shower and doing gardening, where you might hear your loved one's voice, meaning their words, or you feel they're present. It's just to acknowledge that, hey, I love you too. I always like there's a two-way communication there.
So you like for people to kind of get rid of that monkey brain and, where all that clutter is, and just kind of be still and be at peace. And now, do you find that sometimes when people have pictures of their loved ones or just different things that help remind them of a loved one when they are meditating, you feel like that helps a little bit?
I do. There's a couple of ways. I always encourage people to keep their shirts or something that they can sort of wear or hold in their hand, because in the beginning, and I actually like it when it's to use those items when it's further down the path, let's say 5, 6, 7 years, because our needs to hear from them change. And so when we have that item that we can hold, it kind of puts us back into that space of feeling their energy. So it's not that, and I love your idea about the monkey mind, but I think of it like we're tuning in a new antenna, right? And one of the second things I have found to be the most valuable is for people to have a little journal when they feel their loved ones with them, that they write that down for a couple reasons. One is it helps validate that communication is happening. But 5 years down the road, you may be in a different place and wonder if your loved one has forgot about you. And when you go back and you look at that, all the sort of items that you've written down, it puts you back into that space. Your antenna goes up, your receptors come open, and that you can begin to, connect and have that communication again.
Yeah. Well, what do you think about just having kind of a little memorial? A lot of times I find that clients keep their loved ones who have been cremated on the mantle. Some keep them in the bedroom, the closet, but by having a little memorial, what do you think of something like that? Does that help people, or what would you say?
I think each person has to explore what they need, right? Some people, like, I would not use that kind. I wouldn't have ashes on my mantle just because I'm sort of feng shui about that. But having my mother's robe with me and bringing those photos out on those special days, birthdays and anniversaries, I feel like there's a lot of way to memorialize our loved ones. It can be with ashes, and some people love like having them in a charm, right? And so I feel like that's a personal experience for everyone. To maybe they have a special day, maybe they do a butterfly release, maybe they have a special song that they play, right? Well, but I do believe rituals are important from a love standpoint. It lets us remember how to express love and keep that connection to the invisible world going.
Well, remembering someone's birthday.
Yes.
Or even today, like today's June 6th, D-Day. My father, he was in the newspaper for what he did. He did. I mean, like I say, he was Merchant Marines. They had an ugly job. I'm not going to talk about it here on the radio.
Yeah, they did.
But they had they did their part. And you need those people that are the unsung heroes. We know about those brave people that fought on the beach, but but you want to remember those certain memories that they had and memories that you may have had that you can dwell on, and so that's another way of kind of connecting with them. At least I just kind of want to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And that, of course, you and I understand the importance of symbols and things like that. Like, I know that when my mom comes by, she comes by in this, I see this car sort of pass around the road that it's not even made anymore. And when I see it, it's so funny. Like, my grandson and my son are coming here this week. And I've been thinking, Mom, guess who's coming to town, right? And, 3 or 4 days later, here comes that car down the road that's not even being made anymore in the exact color. And I'm like, you got the message.
Well, sometimes it's a song, and you get chills down your spine, because that's kind of a connection right there too. Yeah. And so there's different ways that the people in the spirit world communicate with us. And it's like you said, your antenna goes up, and it's quite amazing. And the more that you are the more you recover from grief, your world seems to open up. Wouldn't you say that? And you start to recognize some things?
But I think that I think the hardest thing for grief is feeling like it's okay to open up. I know that, and you did a great reading for me years ago with my dad. It was fabulous. And I just wanted to say he also was a veteran. And what's really amazing about making the decision to say, I'd like to explore if I can feel better or feel differently or have some joy in my life. A lot of people feel like they're being disloyal to their loved ones because they're thinking, well, if I look happy, does that mean when they're looking upon me that I don't love them? And of course, that's in the physical, I call that our physical love, but the spiritual love, that's not, and you know this, that's not the way the spirit world lives. They come from a place of unconditional love and healing, and they want to see us happy. And that's why I feel like giving yourself permission to just consider a new purpose, to take care of yourself, to find one little thing that you can do to open yourself up to a new experience. And a lot of people, I love this in Florida, a lot of people volunteer at like the animal shelters. Why? Because animals are amazing, but it gives you a purpose. It's loving, it's charitable, and you don't have to be in perfect form to volunteer. And so I always, it's one of the chapters in the book about, giving yourself permission to find a purpose in that healing process. Yeah. Uh-oh, John. There you go. You're muted, Mr. John. It's Techieville, USA.
So let's see how that does. Does that help?
That's so much better. Thank you.
Better? Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We've been having some technical issues today.
Yeah. That woo-woo world.
But we're persevering and getting through them.
Yeah, we are.
So, there's lots of different things you can do to heal. I think you're pointing them out.
Yeah.
And, animals, like we were saying, can give us a new purpose. And because they're like family, especially cats and dogs, and they have such personalities, and they kind of are in tune with us. They kind of know when we don't feel well and cuddle up to us, or they'll give us a little nudge. I know our animals are very much a part of our lives here at our home. But no, you give people a lot of tools in your book to heal, and like you say, it's an individual thing. Wouldn't you say?
Oh yeah. One thing that I forgot to mention is if people decide to purchase the book, one of the key things in it is in the back of the book you can sign up for the book online. You get that as part of it, so you can get the worksheets and guided meditations. And you get access to me. So if you have questions while you're actually going through the book, I'll help you with them. And it's not a robot. It's really me.
Well, very good. That's good. That's good. So where can people purchase the book?
Oh, Amazon.com.
Is that where you published it, or?
Yeah, I actually published it on my own, and then I put it on Amazon.
You did? Okay, well, that's great. That's great. Well, we only have a couple of minutes left, and I'd like for you to just tell us a little bit about some of the upcoming online and in-person events that you have this month. And can you share just a little bit about them? And then we're going to have to wrap up the show as it goes so fast. But please tell us what's going on.
It always goes fast when you're having fun, John.
Yeah.
Here we are. I've got two events, one locally here in Grapevine, Texas. It's an evening of messages with the spirit world. I'll share some tips on how to connect and share messages with people live in the audience. I also have an online event this month on the 21st. You can find these events on my website. It's a little bit different. It's more of a workshop. There's more of some dialogue, but again, that's how to connect with your loved ones more. There's a little bit more of a workshop feel because we have a PowerPoint and tools, and we meditate together. So I invite anybody who's been curious about the spirit world to just come to my website or check out I know you get some great books too. And I always found books can be resourceful as we're starting something new.
Okay, well, very good. Well, thank you so much for joining us here today on the psychic side. Be sure to tell our audience to join us next week. This weekend, I'm at the Plano Event Center at the Holistic Fair. I'll be speaking Sunday at 1 o'clock. Come by and visit my booth. I want to say thanks to my sponsor, Miracles of Joy. Be sure to use the promo code 0223 on their website and buy a bunch of stuff. So, like my Facebook page. I'm waiting for people to like my Facebook page. So with that, we want to say thank you once again to Jennifer, and so long this week from the psychic side. Bye-bye.
A1R Psychic Radio is pleased to announce that John Capello has joined us. John Capello and the Psychic Side, live from johncapello.com.
Hi, I am psychic medium John Capello, and I want to ask you to join me every Tuesday, 4 p.m. Central Time, for my show, The Psychic Side. It is an informative show about developing your personal psychic abilities. I hope you will tune in here on the Ask One Radio, Psychic Radio Network, and Moonstruck TV.
Amazingly accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Full Circle Wellness U with Renee Johnson. Live from FullCircleWellnessU.net.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Full Circle Wellness U
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. I'm so glad to be here tonight. Thank you for joining me. It's a great night here in Tennessee, and it is wonderful to be part of this. I'm so excited to get going. I had quite a information come across from my guides today while I was out in my garden, and they gave me some old reminders, and I thought I would share those with you. It's really interesting, as people, how we move through our life and things change. I grew up in the South, and I grew up Southern Baptist, and I was taught Bible principles, the King James Version, of course. And then as I got older, I started learning many other philosophies and theologies. And as this was happening to me, when I was in church as a small child, I would have visions, and I would see things and know things. Well, that wasn't very well accepted in the Baptist church by most people. I was, accused of lying and every kind of imagination that you could, that I was just making things up or I just wanted attention, different types of things. But I always knew that what I was experiencing was real, and I always stood by that. As I got older, my guides got stronger, I guess is the best way to put it. My visions became more clear, and sometimes they were harsh. I would be shown things, and it would be very difficult for me to understand, the violence or the context behind whatever I was being shown. So I asked that it be changed. And I want to share that because I was reminded of that today, that even though we're gifted and we're blessed with all these amazing, gifts, that we do have a right to ask for them to be presented to us in a way that's comfortable for us as an individual. So for me, instead of seeing, when I was helping the police look for missing children or what have you, instead of seeing, the horrible details that might have occurred, I was shown symbols. So I've been given symbols now for quite some years. I also was reminded today that about 20 years ago, I was shown that we were moving into a time. Okay, I've been in Tennessee 17 years. About 3 years before I came here from Florida, I was shown to go high, make ready, lines of people are coming. I was also shown various spaceships in the skies, in the night skies. I had dreams about this for years. I also had a visitation twice when I was in Florida, and I was shown that it's so critically important for us to be able to stand in our power and stand in our awareness and to stay out of fear. As I was shown these visions, I was shown political things that would happen in the future. President Trump being indicted was one of them. This has just happened this week. To say I was blown away would be an understatement. When we have visions and they're not, or messages and they're not happy ones, we kind of like to think maybe, this is not going to come to pass. But in my lifetime, pretty much everything I've seen has come to pass, sometimes with a little different spin on it. And I love that because I was also told when I was a child that we have the ability to change the outcome of what we're shown. And as a collective, we definitely have the ability to change the outcome of what's happening in our world. I was shown at that time, the water's coming and flooding, and I was shown fires, massive fires in the north. And I do believe that's the fires we've been experiencing. Of course, I know there's been other fires, but this feels like that right timing. I was told it would be about 20 years, 18 to 20 years, and we're right there. We're right in that zone, in that time frame. It's really interesting to me that while I was shown all those things, I was very ill. I've been diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis, IBS, multiple sclerosis, fibromyalgia, myopathy syndrome, all these different illnesses. Sometimes tests showed them. Sometimes it was just what doctors thought, and they said it would show up later. My doctor 25 years ago told me he was going to put me in a wheelchair so that I could build up my upper body strength because my lower body was having so many challenges. My balance was having massive headaches. I was a very sick young woman. I had children. They were homeschooled, and about every morning at 3 a.m. I would get up and be violently ill for hours. And it was something that just was part of our life, my husband's life, my children's life, my mother, my good friends. It was just something we dealt with. Well, it was the greatest gift he ever gave me was to tell me he was going to put me in that wheelchair, because by doing that, he scared me. And I said, hell no, you're not putting me in a wheelchair. I'm going to get better. And I started studying. And in the process of studying, I learned how to properly eat. I learned how for myself and others. I also learned about herbs. I learned about tinctures. I've learned about meditation, yoga, hypnosis, regression, quantum touch, Reiki, animal communication. And as I developed each one of these skills and got each one of these certifications, and almost all of that I'm certified in at least once, sometimes more, I found that I learned on a deeper level how to tune in even deeper, intuitively, medically. So when I have a question from a client or myself, even, I can go into meditation and I can ask, and I'm usually shown the path that we need to what foods, what herbs, what type of natural substances, what type of natural processes that needs to be used, so we don't have to go that invasive route, that surgery and harsh drugs and chemicals. And it's been amazing to me by doing this work how everything that I learned it helps me advance more and more. And my guides seem to really enjoy it, because every time I get a new certification, they bring me more information and more abilities. So saying that, I'd like to encourage each of you that are out there, that are, so many people tell me all the time that they have these gifts and they're scared of them, or they don't know how to work with them. I'm a great person for you to call to work with. I would love to help you develop your gifts further. I also have a 30-day, 60-day, 90-day program, depending on where you're at. I have payment arrangements, whatever it takes to help you get to that place. So, if you're suffering, if you have any of those conditions I mentioned, or any other conditions, challenges, let me tell you, there are very sure ways to get yourself back to balance and heal your body. And the way to do it is through natural healing. In the garden today, I was walking around and I'm thinking of, these different things that I've learned, and I'm growing garlic, I'm growing ginseng, I'm growing or picking ginseng, growing garlic, growing ginger, growing celery, growing all the different lettuces, growing cruciferous vegetables, all these different natural things that are so easy to grow, believe it or not. I also teach that. And that's part of my 90-day program. The 30-day, 60-day touches on that, but it's more than 90 in advanced. I mean, we can go a year if that's where you want to go. It's just nice to break it down, so we have a starting point and an ending point as well. It's amazing how easy it is to grow these foods, and you would be astounded at buying a $3 pack of seeds, how you can grow so much healthy food naturally and feed yourself and your family. You can juice with it, you make smoothies with it, you stir fry, whatever, and just changing some subtle things, without having to just destroy, all the good things that you love. Everybody's like, well, I really like meat. So you can eat some meat. You might have to lay off of it for a little while in short windows of time, but you can adjust that to have less meat, less fats, less sugar. We don't have to do this where it's complicated and harsh. We can go step by step. And as I was digging in the dirt today and cutting broccoli and cutting this beautiful celery that I have and digging out garlic, it just was amazing to me to realize that it has been like 25 years of education and deep study and communication. It's been incredible to have this journey, and by doing that, I'm saving a fortune on groceries. I'm not out there in the grocery stores. I know where my food's coming from. I build my own soil. It's absolutely incredible. So I'd love to invite all of you to join me on this path, and let's all get healthier. If you're tired of suffering, holler at me. I just absolutely would love to be there for you. So, just holler at me. Hi, Rose. How are you tonight?
I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you for joining me. What can I do for you?
I don't know. I was just hoping you could tell me some stuff.
You have something that you're concerned about with your health?
No, not really.
Have you been looking at other options as far as life changes? Like, are you making changes within your life right now?
Well, a little bit, but it's kind of just the same as it has been.
What kind of changes are you looking for?
Oh, I don't know how to answer that really. I don't really know how to answer that.
Okay. Well, what I'm sensing is that you're kind of, it's funny, like teeter-tottering back and forth. Like you're wanting to move forward, but you're holding yourself back.
That sounds pretty accurate.
Okay. What's holding you back? What are you afraid of, Rose?
It's not that I'm afraid. It's just, I don't know, maybe circumstances.
Are you afraid of the outcome, of the uncertainty of knowing how things are going to turn out?
No, not that. Just more of what would happen. Well, that kind of. I mean, like, I don't really know how to explain it.
Is there something particular that you're looking for? Are you changing positions in your life? Are you changing your job?
Oh no, I don't work. I actually, like currently, I'm living with my mother, and I've been wanting to move, but I'm really conflicted about it.
Okay.
I don't want to leave her. I'm sorry.
Right. You feel responsible for her?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, very much.
Okay. Has it always been that way for you, Rose?
I'm sorry?
Has it always been that way for you? Have you always been that person for your mother and others?
Yeah, I would say so, yes.
Do you feel like it's time for you to have some time for yourself and be able to focus on you for a little while?
Yes, I do feel like that, but I just can't make myself do it. I mean, well, my sister had died. She died about 2 years ago, and my mom's I just can't leave her. Like, not live with her. Need to be here with her.
Right. I understand that.
Yeah.
Is it possible? Go ahead. I see you
Sorry?
making changes, Rose. I see you making changes. It's as if you have found a way that you can do both. Like it's almost as if you can. I don't know if you split the house or if you have a place that's very close to your mother, where you can still have time with her. You can get to her pretty quickly, but yet you have that space of your own that you desperately need.
Yeah, I do need that, but I just don't know
Mhm.
how that's gonna happen without her coming with me, or following me where I go.
Is it possible for you to split the home that you're living in with her?
Well, that's kind of how we are now, kind of, but I mean, I'm just here at her, at her house 24 hours, and at night, when she's sleeping at night, and then when she gets up in the morning, it's split, kind of, but not. I mean, I just, I don't know. It's pretty hard.
Yeah, I see almost like it's interesting. It looks as if you're being handed almost like a wand, like you have control. You're the one that gets to make the magic if you choose to, but you have to be willing to step into it. And I think that's why I got a sense of almost like fear. It's not like you're scared, but like you're uncertain and you're concerned about making the wrong choice.
Yeah, and if that makes more sense, because I mean, if I leave and she doesn't take care of herself, then I don't know. It's pretty hard.
Right. How old's your mom?
How old is she? I
Yes.
think she's about 65,
Okay.
around
Yeah.
that.
Right. I see you finding a way, Rose. If this is something that you really want, I see you finding a way to where you can be with your mom, but also have time away from her on your own. And it's imperative that you have that because, for you to be able to take care of yourself, you can be there more for your mom, especially spiritually. You'll be able to help her, so much more if you have that personal time for yourself.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So if you could like set an affirmation, that I am worth it and I deserve this. Can you say that with me? Say, I deserve this. I deserve to take care of myself. I deserve to love myself. My time is
I
now.
deserve to take care of myself. I deserve to love myself.
Yes. My time is now.
My time is now.
And it's imperative that you reach out to maybe the community. I don't know if y'all have a community center, a church, or whatever. Get your mom involved in some things, whether it's, movie night. It doesn't have to be anything huge. Just something to help her have something of her own. And while she's doing that, you could be doing your own thing,
Yeah.
It's there. It's there.
If I could just get her to do stuff, that's the thing. I can't really get her to do things like that, She was in a
Right.
real deep depression for a while, but I think she come out of that, but she's still not the same.
Mm. Carries a lot of sadness, right?
Yeah.
From loss.
Yeah.
I feel like she's looking for something. Like her place, like you're looking for your place. Your mother's doing the same thing. It's almost as if you're mirroring how she is. You have to set the example for her, Rose. You have to be able to show her that, you can be there for her, but you need to be there for you. So, make a plan sit down and make a plan and decide, a few things that you can do for yourself. Start with maybe one a week, just to get out, just to get separated into your own space so that you can have your own time and work on yourself. The other thing I see, do you draw or paint?
Oh, no, I don't. My husband used to, but I don't have any artistic
Have you ever?
talent. Mm, I don't think so. Not really.
I feel like that's something that you should do. You should be journaling, painting, drawing, writing. I just keep see my hand. I just keep seeing like this. So it's either you're drawing or you're painting, or maybe you're writing. Maybe you're just writing. And in that case, just go ahead and find something that you can put your creative energy into, because it'll open up everything for you, you know? And with your mom, the same thing, get her to do a puzzle with you, or, sit and, I don't know, color or anything, just something to get her out of that headspace where she's, not feeling so positive, and something that she can channel her energy to. You have this ability. You just haven't really tapped into it. Did you lose somebody with a name like Sally or Sandy?
No,
Rose, are you there? There you are.
yes. No, I didn't, but my husband, Sammy, his Uncle Sammy, that's maybe as close as we could get.
Okay. I feel like this is a woman though. And the names like Sally or Sandy, Sarah, it's an S name, but it feels like Sally to me. Anyway, she's like on the right side of you, and she's standing back, and she's like just kind of watching what you're doing, and she's waiting for you to make a choice. And she's saying the time is now. And I guess that's why I keep pushing, saying, you have this and you can do this. It's really important that you take care of yourself. And I know you feel that in your soul, that it's your time.
Yes, I do that.
So can you think of something that you can do for you?
Right now, my mind just froze a blank.
It'll come to you. Why don't you get a pad of paper and a pencil, or a bunch of pencils or pens, and just start kind of doodling and just kind of free writing. It's automatic writing. You can even close your eyes and just let the words come and just write whatever it is. And I think the Sally person is going to come through to you. Did your mom have a sister named Sally when she was younger, or an aunt?
No,
It's
I
on your
have
mom's
an aunt
side.
named Sarah on my mom's side. Not that I can remember, not a Sally or my grandmother.
Is
Her
Sarah in
name's Rose.
spirit? Okay.
No, she's here.
Still here? Okay. This person's definitely in spirit. Well, listen, I'm going to have to let you go. Our call's coming to an end, but I'm really glad that you reached out to me, and I hope that I gave you some clarity, a little bit of clarity anyways. And I know if you do as I'm saying and do your automatic writing, that it's going to come to you.
All right. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. You have a great night, Rose. You take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Well, thank you, Rose. That was an interesting call. I hope that you find some clarity and understanding in that, and that you find that connection that you're looking for to help you answer these questions that you're, having, this challenge that you're having And, you know, everyone, I'm really glad that we had this time together tonight. It was seemed very fast tonight for some reason, seemed a lot quicker. And I just want to put that back out there. If I can help you get out of your pain, get out of your suffering, please reach out to me at Full Circle Wellness, Full Circle Wellness U Facebook group, or Renee Johnson on Facebook, fchypnosis@gmail.com, fullcirclewellnessu.net. However you can, just reach out to me. I'd love to help you. I'm always here. And, you know, I do readings. You can holler at me for that as well. And y'all have a beautiful, beautiful night. And I will see y'all next Wednesday at 9:30 Central. Stay blessed. Don't forget, keep looking up. The answers are up there. I love y'all. Good night.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is the recently hibernating Reverend Elliot coming to you live tonight, and I'm going to give you the date, which I rarely do because it's important. It's April 26th. Just so you know, I am live tonight. The last time I was live was the February 22nd, and as I recall, I said, I think I feel like I'm getting a cold. And of course, for the next 60 days, I was under the malinfluence of influenza. I had a flu to beat the band. I had a miserable, horrible, disgusting flu that wouldn't let go. So I missed the last 2 months. And I had a few things I wanted to talk about. So if you don't mind, I'm going to spend the next 60 days just talking to you right now. I'm commandeering this. I'm going to filibuster and just speak for 60 days. Or maybe you'll just talk for a few minutes, and then we'll spend the rest of the 60 minutes taking phone calls. That's what I used to do. Isn't that what I did? I would read the cards. Gosh, it's been strange. And, you know, I don't know if I even can talk because cabin fever set in after a few weeks, and it's just odd. It was just so strange because I would come close to being able to. I'm going to go on. I'll go on. I'll make it this Wednesday, and then of course I couldn't do it, mostly because my voice was shot, and radio, of course, it kind of depends on voices. So without my voice, that was, you know, without a song, right? Nothing came out. Nothing came out at all. So here I am, about 22,000 aspirins later. Lots of calls to the doctor saying, what is this? And, of course, it wasn't that big thing. You know, it wasn't that thing because I had that thing in 2020, and I am not getting that thing again. And here, you know, last year in March, I had a flu too, and I missed about a month or so. But this is closer to 2 months. So a lot has happened in that time in terms of world history. But you know something? We don't really care about that here. I'll tell you why. because I get asked about that. Why don't you discuss current events? And first of all, my nose is still a little clogged up. First of all, you can get that current event stuff any place now. It seems like that's now. There was a time when on cable TV they would exploit stand-up comedians, and they were all over. And then they went to fashion models, because they're a little cheaper and quieter than stand-up comedians. And then Then they discovered news. And holy mackerel, they say, here's something that's changing, and we can get people angry with it. And when you get people angry, they're going to tune in and listen. And what better yet, you can get people afraid. If you can get, I was out during that whole balloon thing from China. I was out for all of that stuff. And does it make a difference? A year later, are we going to even remember it? But there are eternal things in the world, eternal problems, eternal. And something, you're not supposed to use the word problem anymore. If you notice that, nobody has problems. They have issues. To me, issue is like Newsweek, or used to be. There is no Newsweek now. I know there's a website that calls itself that, but they bought the name. And it's, that's just how the news works. It's a brand now. So, the world changes because the changing world is good for ratings. The main things stay the same. I missed, I was out for the whole beer can thing, so I don't think that's going to, This is the last thing in the world I needed lying around with the flu was hearing people talk about beer. I was nauseated enough as it is. They didn't need to hear about beer. And that's just, so I had to put the radio away. Naturally, I don't have a television set because to me, television is just intrusive. I don't deal with that. I spent too many years in the media business to not know that they're really out there to try to just hurt you and try to scare you and try to keep you off balance. There were several big media firings while I was holed up here in the International House of Sneezing. That's what it turned out to be, and let me understand that. There's a whole industry where you have to keep commenting on what's going on in the news. And it's like when I was a little kid, and maybe a lot of you know about this too, you've done this too. All the little boys would be playing with yo-yos. And then suddenly everybody would have a top, the little kind of top that you would wrap a string around and do tricks. And then, okay, so I'll play with a top. And then a little later, everybody was suddenly playing with a Duncan yo-yo again. And I think that was just to get us all accustomed to being yanked around. I was hesitating there, looking for the cleanest way I could possibly say that. But there you go. And when you're on the sidelines, as I was for 60 days, because then other things come to mind, and I started remembering people I'd known over the years. I remembered a guy I knew from Moose Jaw, Alaska. Now, you see, where does that come up? That bubbled into my head, too. He was from Moose Jaw, Alaska, and he moved way down south to San Francisco, which to him is south. And he became a teacher of improvisational comedy technique. And he held classes in that. And the goal of that was to prepare the performer to be able to improvise for an audition so that they could get a part in a TV series. And I thought of this guy because he had one student who was incorrigible. I mean, the student just ran amok. No matter what the scene was, no matter what they were trying to do, he would just go crazy. And he said to this guy, I can't really work with you. I can't do anything with you because, I mean, you're not helping yourself by being so undisciplined. I mean, what do you think? They're going to put together a TV show just so that you can just run amok and do silly things and crazy stuff? It isn't going to happen. Well, of course, the guy's telling me this over a drink because he was drinking a lot at that time, because the guy he spoke that to was a young fella named Robin Williams. Now, that's funny to me. He said, what do you think they're going to do, Robin? Write a TV series just for you? Well, that's kind of what happened. So don't I guess by way, and of course the message there, and he knew it, my friend knew it, that the message is don't take advice like that. If you just do what you do, be who you are, do what you want to do in that sense. That doesn't mean, if you feel like shoving somebody out of the window, do it. But Lord knows there's people, well, never mind, let's not go there. We want to be positive and upbeat. But you see, when you're lying around in bed for 60 days and sick, and you went from the stage saying, gee, I can't wait to get better. So you get to a point where saying, I hope I don't die. And then you get to the point where saying, I hope I do die, because it's just so bad. But remember, and I mean this quite seriously, because one of the things that really irks me about people in general is the habit people have of putting themselves down. And I say that because there's a lot of people in this world who are willing to put you down. You know that. You've encountered them. You've experienced them. They have tried to put you down. So why do you want to do their job for you? But you know you better than anyone else. And I'm going to tell you this is the secret to it. It's comparison. Don't do that. Don't compare. Don't compare because, let's say you can't write like F. Scott Fitzgerald or Hemingway, but they couldn't write like you. You can't paint like Picasso, but Picasso couldn't paint like you. Just be yourself and don't compare yourself to other people. And what happens will happen. You'll find success doing what you want to do. And you don't need the approval of other people. That was what really killed me about so many people in the entertainment business is they really just live for approval. It was just approval. I'm not going to mention any names except Danny Aiello, and I'm going to mention him because it's okay. There's nothing wrong with Danny Aiello. He was a wonderful guy. I knew his son Rick Aiello. Great family, nice people. Well, I was working in a particular comedy club. And it was the anniversary, and it was the 25th anniversary. It was been a long time, this club. And Danny Aiello came because he had started there as he was a bartender, and then they did improvisational acting, and I think you can guess what the name of the place was, but he gave a short little speech. He said, I'd like to thank he thanked the place for allowing me to make $1 million a year now. Now, Danny Aiello was making $1 million a year. Okay, fine. There was one actor who was there and heard that. And for weeks afterwards, he would strike up conversations with me about the weather, about the news, about anything in the world. And he'd say, after a couple of minutes, you don't really think that Danny Aiello actually makes $1 million, do you? He couldn't handle that. He couldn't deal with that. I'm not going to tell you his name because you've seen him all over television many times, and there's no point in that. But I mean, and he does have a reputation for being neurotic. However, don't beat yourself up is what I'm saying. Don't beat yourself up. Because there's plenty of people out there in the world who are more than happy to do that for you. And that is my lesson in life. If I could share that with anyone, be positive. Be as positive as possible. Because, look, it is possible to have really horrible things happen to you in life and still be happy. That doesn't mean that you have to be a gibbering fool and say that, because let's face it, if something happens to you and somebody says to you, that was a blessing in disguise, that means the universe really screwed you over. So let's not get too carried away there. But the essence of being a happy person is contentment. And the essence of that is being secure. And if you find yourself feeling insecure, examine that. Ask yourself why you feel insecure. But to find out that somebody else in your field is making more money than you are, and that if that ruins your year, you're in the wrong business. That's crazy. It's like, a little news person, a person on a cable news show was fired the other day, and I'm stunned. Well, of course, I spent a lot of time around news people, TV news people especially, and I can tell you that the one thing that they know for sure is that every morning when they wake up, they have a very good chance of being fired by the time the sun sets. It's just that's the nature of the business. And they'll get hired somewhere else. If being fired stuns you, there was another one who was fired a year or so ago from the same place, and he had to go into therapy over that. Usually, I would go into the unemployment office when I got fired, but it didn't occur to me to go into therapy. But you see, this is because the people are beating themselves up. They identify themselves with their job and with their success, and you're never going to be successful like that. You're never going to be that successful. There's always going to be insecurity. I'm not going to mention names, but there was an actor I knew, and it's not I'm not mentioning names because I'm such a kind-hearted person. I'm saving it for my book. No, I wouldn't do that then. But I knew this guy who was a hardworking actor, very hardworking actor. And all he wanted was to be in the original cast of a hit Broadway show because then you can clean up financially. And he did it. He did it. And he was in a big hit, got a Tony Award that year, the award, the big one. And he was sitting on top of the world. And I happened to be at his table at a restaurant with a bunch of other people. And his agent came by, and after he, and I'll clean the obscenities up here, after he achieved his life's goal and got himself a starring role in a hit Broadway show that he got a Tony Award for, he turned to his agent and he said, "Now do you think you can get me a movie?" So you see, this is why I have no ambition. I really don't. And the funny thing is, once I stopped having any ambitions in life, everything I wanted in the world came to me. Go figure that one out, right? I'd like to write a book about not having any ambition, but in order to write a book like that, you have to aspire to do it. And how do you aspire to write a book about dropping all your aspirations? See, that's a bit of a tough one there, but you see, I'm going to come out like a hypocrite no matter what I do. But at the very least, you can have dreams. We all have dreams, but don't let the two things. Don't beat yourself up and don't let your aspirations and ambitions become your reason to exist, because then you are going to be disappointed and you're going to end up hating yourself. And you don't want to do that because you're stuck with you. Hating yourself is not going to be a good solution. And these are the kind of things that were playing through my mind for the last 60 days. And like I said, I said at the top, I may just be able to talk for an hour because I'm so backlogged mentally. I missed you guys. I missed it. I missed the whole thing. I'm very sorry to all the people who had tried to schedule readings with me, but it was impossible. There were some people who ordered some books, and of course, the best way to get books, I was telling them, was to go to mojoacademy.org and get them directly from the printing plant, because if you get them through, let's say, Amazon or contacting me, you probably would have gotten a surprise bonus with your books, which was a bucket load of viruses. You don't want that. I don't like mailing things to people when I'm sick, but I'm better now, theoretically. The question is, will I be back next week? Tune in next week to find out. But we're here now, and we're going to make the most of it now. And I am really thrilled to be back. I had a miserable 2 weeks, but I was looking forward to this moment, and here it is. Now, was that ambition? Maybe. It's a small ambition nonetheless, but it might have been let's say it's an aspiration and not an ambition. But those are the things that I was thinking about, which is as I was reflecting on what the comical opera that passes for my life. Don't be ambitious. If you now, aspire to not being ambitious, of course, is an ambition. So it's a treadmill, you see. But you'll see what I mean when you work on that, because you have everything you need now. Anything else is icing on the cake. Now, that said, icing is a lot of fun. So I'm not putting that down, that's for sure. I love successful stuff, but the key is to not see yourself as a failure simply because you didn't get something that you didn't have much of a chance of getting anyway. See what I mean? Because these things can happen to anybody. That's an old saying in the theater, by the way. You can play to an empty house, or you can become a big star. Becoming the true people who became big stars understood, who maintained their mental health, understood that that could happen to anybody. So there you go. Well, listen, we have got the whole rest of the show ahead of us, and let's do some reading. You know what I'm doing? I'm babbling because I'm feeling insecure because I haven't done this for 2 months, and I have this little nagging voice in the back of my head that says, suppose you forgot how tarot cards work. But that's not going to happen because we're here tonight. And if you want to know more about what I do, if you've never heard me before, this is surely a weird introduction to me. But you can learn more about me at magic-works.com, magic-works.com, and there's like 100 pages of information there, and I add to it all the time. I did manage during my illness to put up a new celebrity horoscope, although this is not really a celebrity. This is a notorious person in a sense. I put up a horoscope for Hunter Biden. It's a birth chart for Hunter Biden, and that's worth reading. So you go to magic-works.com and look at the horoscopes there, the celebrity horoscopes, and you'll find some interesting stuff there, and you'll also find out how you can get your own birth chart for the astounding sum of nothing, absolutely nothing. Take advantage of that. So let's do this. Let's get back to the way we used to do it. Ring the bell 3 times to declare sacred space. Look at that. I just cut the tarot cards just to see what the feeling for the night is going to be. And I got the sun, which is health and happiness and healing and growth. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. So here we go. We're now in sacred space, and the cards are all shuffled up. And we're going to get to our first reading, which is, let's see, Sierra in Milwaukee. You know something? I saw that, and I thought that was the place. I was trying to find the name. So I'm sorry. That must happen to you all the time. But hi, now, wait a minute. I almost said hi, Sierra, and hi, Sierra, which is another. There was a waitress at a comedy club named Leah, and every once in a while the comics would say, "Hi, Leah," and then they'd start laughing because they realized they mentioned a racetrack, "Hi, Leah," you know. And she would look at them and said, "Yeah, that was funny the first 2,000 times." So you just brought that to my mind because I was just about to say hi, Sierra. But hello, Sierra. How are you tonight?
Hello, I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm glad to be here. That's it. You know, I was knocking on heaven's door there for a while, but I'm back, and this is my first show in 2 months, and you're my first experimental subject in 2 months. So experimental, I mean, just see if I know what the hell I'm doing, right? So what can I look at for you today? What can I look at for you?
I actually had 2 questions. Well, career-wise, I'm thinking about leaving my current job to something new, and I'm kind of
okay. Wait, hold, stop right there, because I just cut the deck when you said that, and I got the page of rods. The rods are career, and the page is the appearance of something new. So you're on the right track here, and the 2 of rods is here, so that's about. Getting the 2 of rods is about waiting for the results of something that you've done career-wise. So yeah, and I also have the 8 of cups, which is about walking away from something that isn't working for you and going to something better. So the cards are all showing that's very good. They also have the 7 of cups here, which shows me that you have a really strong imagination, and that's good because you can see possibilities where other people don't. Yeah. That's good. That's good. So all of these things, the reason I stopped you there is because it's showing me exactly what you're talking about. So I'm going to see, there I've got it again. That's the sun. That's the card I had earlier. That's good. Health, healing, growth, happiness. Yeah, you are on the right track. You are getting something new is going to work out well for you. Now, there was another question you had?
I've been single for 2 years, and I'm about ready to start dating, but I haven't met no one interesting.
Okay, let's see what we've got here. Now, because, I mean, you're going to get it. I'm sure these cards are going to answer it because the first thing was right on the money. That the cards really responded to you there. So let's see what we get. Okay. Here's the Three of Cups. And that's interesting. Because that means that when it comes up, cups are about romance, by the way. You see, I told you these cards would respond to you. They're about emotions and affairs of the heart and all. But when asked about a relationship, if cups come up, that's really good. The Three of Cups is here. It means you're probably going to meet somebody through friends. But you're still going to have a little time out. That the next is the Four of Swords. The Four of Swords is about taking a break and some time out, but it's not going to last very long this time out because the Wheel of Fortune is there right afterwards, and the Wheel of Fortune is about the situation changing. The next card I have is the Ace of Cups. And the cups, like I said, are about romance. And then there's the Queen of Cups. So this is telling me that it's come. Oh gosh, here's the Four of Cups. I knew these cards would respond to you, because when you asked about career, you got rods, and then you ask about romance, and you're getting cups. The overall thing I've got here is you're going to have to wait a little bit longer, but you're probably going to meet somebody, and it's going to be very interesting, and it's going to come out through friends. It's going to be good. Let me ask you this: was that a bad relationship that you were in, the last relationship?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'll tell you why I ask you that. And I'm very delicate about that because it could be. There's so many reasons for people being single, and they're not always that. This one, I ask you because there's another cup card here, and that's the Five of Cups. The Five of Cups shows a person who is looking at 3 spilled cups, which is disappointment, and behind her are 2 other cups that are not spilled. So it's about partial disappointment. It's about something that didn't work out, but you're still a little focused on that. The person in the card is still focused on what didn't work. And at some point soon, she's going to turn around and see the other 2 cups, and then she'll find what she wants. So that's overall the impression I have from all of the cards. So you're going to meet somebody through your friends, but it's going to take a little while. It's not going to be terribly long, but it'll be a little bit longer than you would like. But when you do meet this person, it's going to be very good, and it'll get your mind off of what went wrong the last time, because you'll have a very good time. Here, the Knight of Cups, too. See, all these cup cards tell me that there is romance in your future. You can't escape it. You must be a very lovable person, right?
I am. I just try to pick my battles wisely.
Yeah, well, this is something that we all look back on, I guess, and because I think that what happened is probably the oldest question that human beings ever asked, and yet we're still asking it all the time because we don't know what happened, what hit us. Here's the Lover's card, so it's all here. It's all here. You are going to meet somebody through friends, but it'll take a little bit longer than you might be happy with, but it's not terrible. It's not like years. I'm talking about just a little bit longer than you want. That's all. But you will be meeting somebody, and it'll be a very good one. It'll be an interesting relationship because of the Knight of Cups. That's kind of up and down. It's going to be very exciting, is what I'm saying, and you'll enjoy it. But the Knights also, they refer to something new beginning. Good. This is a card I'm glad I got. It's the Ten of Swords. This is a card that says the trouble is over. Whatever unhappiness and discord and doubt and trouble you have from the way the last relationship ended, it's going to be over. You're going to be fine. Okay?
I appreciate that.
So you're headed for a good time. And it's not going to be terribly long. It's just going to feel like you're really ready to go, and it's going to be a little bit longer than you want, but it's worth the wait. Okay?
Okay. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, because it's a very upbeat, very positive reading on both scores. You're going to do well in terms of work, and you're going to do well in terms of romance. So I will light a white candle to send positive energy your way. How's that?
Thank you.
Bye-bye now. And you're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with me, the on-again, off-again host. Usually I'm a recording. And you're probably listening to this as a recording too, but a lot of people are listening live for the first time since February because I have been away. I went out to explore the world of being sick to death. That's one way to look at it. Karen in Washington is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi,
Yeah,
how are
I'm
you
from
tonight?
Wapato, Washington.
Wow, how is it out there today?
Oh, beautiful. I'm in the apple capital of the world.
Oh, brother, I just had an apple the other day, and because I believe in, eating apples, let's face it. So chances are here in New York City, my apples come from your area?
Yep. Yakima
Wow.
Valley.
Well, the Yakima Valley?
Yes.
See, the only thing I know about that is the great stuntman, Yakima Canutt, who was John Wayne's stuntman, and his son was Charlton Heston's stuntman, and that's where I first heard of Yakima. But wow, that sounds like such a beautiful place to be in. What does it look like when the apple trees are all blooming and growing fruit?
Oh, God. Beautiful. We have cherries, apples, peaches, nectarines. We're the fruit bowl.
Wow. I was just telling my wife I got to get out and get to the store because it's about time we get cherries that aren't from South America because, down there we'll get them off season. But up here we should be getting cherries very soon, and we sure miss that. And they're good for you. Apples and cherries are really good for the health. So what can I look at for you tonight?
My health and well-being.
Okay. Well,
I just got recently diagnosed, and I'm being treated for ulcerative colitis. I've been suffering for over 10 years. I just got diagnosed in November, but I'm so drained. I'm tired all the time.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you about, because as soon as you said that, the first card I got is the Chariot. And the Chariot shows a person holding it in a small chariot with sometimes it's horses, sometimes it's a sphinx, but one is black and one is white. And one wants to go this way and one wants to go that way. And the person is working to keep them together and keep it on track. And that's a person who is putting in a lot of effort to be secure. You know what I mean? That it's draining. I was going to ask you if you're very tired a lot. Now that's a duality. We'll get to the good news. That's the duality, though. That's the white, the black. Look at the picture of the card of the Chariot on the internet sometime. If you don't have a deck of cards of your own, you take a look. You'll know exactly what I mean, because it's about a person who's really using all their strength to just keep this thing moving in one direction. The next card I have is the Two of Swords. The Two of Swords represents a stalemate, nothing moving, nothing happening. You feel stuck in one position.
Yes.
The next card I have, and this is the third time I've gotten this tonight, so I'm really happy to see it, is the Sun. Of course, the Sun we're talking about fruit and vegetables and all of that. That the Sun is the source of all that. The Sun is the source of all life. The Sun is the source of health, and the Sun card is about health and growth and happiness and recovering. So it seems to me that that's in your future, because the next card, this is a very dull, happy reading here, right? Is the World. The card of the World means assured success. So it's telling me that you're working really hard to make it better, to get through it. I really understand what you're going through from personal experience myself. And because I've don't even get me started with the health problems but sometimes you feel like you are holding wild horses and trying to keep them in one direction, and that's almost not a metaphor. That's almost how it really feels. But that situation isn't going to change for a while. That's the Two of Swords, because it's reached a sort of balance. But then healing comes in the Sun, and then the World, which is assured success. So I think that from these cards, I'm seeing that the situation is going to break your way. If you can just hang, if you can just hang in there, because it's very good. It's just so the effort is tremendous, and I know that every day it feels like you're running a race, but that's not going to last. Let me see if I get one more card. The Emperor. You're going to be empowered. You are going to be empowered. And there's the Eight of Cups, which means that you're going to leave the bad stuff behind you. So yes, your future is good. The problem is your present is not. But the outcome is going to be good. Just to get through, do what you need to do with your medical team and get through the present, because one day it will be the future, and you'll do well. I've got the Fool here. The Fool is the card of the beloved of God. The Gypsies, the Romani people, believe that the person who gets if there were any negative cards in this reading, that will cancel them. See, that's you have divine power and divine protection. So keep that in mind. Seriously, that you've gotten this far, and you're right on the brink of a breakthrough. That's the Sun card. So hang in there, okay?
Okay.
Okay. So I also, as I mentioned to the previous caller, at the end of the show, I will light a white candle to send positive energy your way. How's that?
Thank you.
My pleasure. Best of luck to you. And I'm never going to look at an apple or a cherry again without thinking of you. Isn't that I seriously, I mean it. And I truly appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Bye now. And hey, look at that. We passed the halfway mark, and that's because I spent time babbling at the beginning. So let's unbabble now a little bit and go right down to the next reading, which is Sarah in Montana. Hi, Sarah. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi, Sarah. How are you tonight?
I'm great. And yourself?
Well, I'm much better than I have been in the last, like I said, I've been out for 2 months with a flu, but here I am. My nose is a little bit clogged, but I'm okay. Oh, man.
Well,
So,
that.
on top of that, though, we've got this pollen hitting the air now, and I have developed sensitivities to that over the years, which is my heart goes out to people who have had lifelong allergies. I had no idea how much
It's here too in Montana.
Yeah, well, that's life, right? that's
Yeah.
Sometimes I wonder if humans are an invasive species, but here we are. So what can I look at for you?
Here we are.
Yeah.
I just am wondering, I'm kind of at a crossroads in my career.
Okay. Well, let's see what I've got here. Well, that's good. This is interesting stuff. The Four of Cups is here. That's an interesting card. That's telling me that there's going to be an opportunity coming your way. You just don't see it yet. But something is happening. This is a person is looking and thinking and pondering 3 cups, and there's a little cloud off to the side in most of the decks, and a hand is coming out and holding and offering a new cup. So there's something is coming your way. It hasn't made itself clear yet. The Ace of Swords is here, and that's important because this is telling me that you are developing new ways of thinking and new ways of seeing the world and seeing yourself. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that's a tough time.
Absolutely.
One of the ways that we can tell, unfortunately, that we are changing is we start losing friends. What happened to you? You're not the way you used to be. So that's
right.
Well, of course you're not. Because you're changing, but it'll be okay. It will be okay, because I see after that the Six of Coins, which is a card of philanthropy in its broadest sense, but it's a card of money coming your way, which tells me that you're going to figure out what to do career-wise to enhance your income. And you're going to be good at it, because the next card is the Ten of Cups, which is about a happy home and great success and joy. And here's another insight, which I think I really am happy to see, is the Empress. The Empress is a person who can make things grow and make things, combined with an imagination the ability to make these things happen, the imagination, meaning your new way of thinking, that your mind is growing. But you can translate that into action, and you can make things happen. This is why the Empress card, the woman in the card, is always surrounded by fruit and vegetables and wheat and things like that, because this person can make things grow. So you are definitely, your mind is expanding for the better. You're doing okay. There's an offer that's coming your way that you don't even know what it is yet. So you don't have to knock yourself out trying to figure it out. Oh, you'll know it when when it comes your way. You'll know.
I've been presented with an opportunity, and I've been a little hesitant to accept it because I don't know. It's jumping into something that I don't know if I am capable of doing it. I would pretty much be carrying a company.
Wow.
But I know a lot of people love me, and I'm well loved, but also it worries me as well.
Well,
I haven't made the.
I understand, because it's there was a time, and this cost me a friend, like I was saying about changing, when I was offered the chance to write a show for Broadway, which got very close to Broadway, but unfortunately didn't work. But I was hired.
Very cool, though.
I was hired to write it, and of course, I had no playwriting experience other than I had done some sketches for some shows that were produced here and there, and had some minor stuff produced. But my wife and I had a friend who majored in theater, and he was very upset. Well, why'd they pick you? What makes you think you can do the job? See, now that was the question. Why did I think I could do the job? And my answer to him is, this is what I'll tell you. And I tell this in similar situations. I think it applies. It's not my job to know if I can do the job or not. It's their job. They're the professionals, and they think I can do the job. So if they think I can do the job, who am I to question their wisdom? So I took the job. What can I tell you? And I still own the show to this day, but I don't think anything's ever going to come of it. But it was a blast. I had a great time. I met a lot of interesting people, and
that sounds like a blast.
And yet there was always this question: why did he pick me? Well, he picked me because he saw something I had written. And it didn't hurt that the Daily News, which is the largest circulation paper here, had written an article about the show that I had written once before. But that was just like a one-man monologue thing. So you see what I'm saying? Is the point is, you don't know if you can do it or not. But the people who offered it to you, it's their job to know who can do it. So maybe they know something about you that you don't, right? It's worth a shot.
True.
But there's also there is another, like I said, I'm getting signs of another opportunity coming your way. Now that doesn't mean hold off on the other thing, because I would never ever substitute the card's judgment for your own. Just beware that there's something else cooking, and keep your antenna out, because you're going to have choices, and you're going to do well. You're growing and changing, and that's a scary thing. And a lot of people can't do that. A lot of people won't do that. And sometimes sometimes in life it pays to just throw your oars overboard and see where the canoe goes, right? But you're in a good position. Yeah. You're doing really well. Here's the Knight of Swords, man. That is another good one. The Ace of Swords and the Knight of Swords, all about new activity in the mind. So you're growing. If you feel that you are, the cards are confirming that is what's going on.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm growing in every way, spiritually, and just every way in my life that you can imagine. It's definitely progressing.
Feels good.
And it feels good. At times it's scary, but it is very powerful, and it is a little scary, but sometimes I just try to ignore it and just go do whatever I want, and then other times I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't ignore this. I got to do something,
I know, and I think we're all neurotic creatures anyway, because I don't want to go into this now, only because I will talk for 5 hours if we do this, but I believe that thinking is overrated. So that's one of the reasons I'm attracted to tarot, because it cuts through the thinking and it shows us things and lets us see it. But yet, on the other hand, we have to interpret the cards, and that requires thought. So everything is a paradox. I just think that I happen to believe, in this short summary, is that everything wrong in the world today began with somebody saying, "Hey, I got a great idea to make things better," and there it is. I mean, like, who knew when they were warned, actually. People were warned when they decided to put windmills out over the ocean in New Jersey, and now loads of whales are washing up dead, and they were told that would happen.
Ooh.
They were told, don't do that. You're going to mess up the whales because of the vibrations and the sound. So it's just, that's what I just say, that thinking is overrated, but we can't help it. We're creatures who think and talk, so the thing is to moderate it a bit. And things like tarot, wow, I'm pausing because I just wanted to pull one more card for you, and this is a spectacular card. But things like tarot get us through the mental chatter and get us right to the heart of the matter. Now, this is a card that indicates that one period of your life is about to end and a new one begin. That's probably what you want, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's what it's a card that scares people because of bad horror movies, but it's not a scary card. It's the death card. And the death card has a sunrise in it. The sunrise indicates that this is the end of one period in your life and the beginning of another one. And that's a marvelous, marvelous thing to have. I don't get that card very often, but you are at the cusp of so much wonderful change coming soon. So this is a very good time for you. Trust yourself.
Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it.
You got yourself this far. You're going to get yourself further too. My pleasure.
Absolutely.
Thanks for calling. Bye-bye now.
Yes, thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi. Let's see if we can get another one in there, because gosh, I'm having a great time reading here, which is I've been so isolated from humanity for 2 months that this just feels great. Are we going to Kristen in Islip next?
Yes. Hi. How are you?
Oh, hi. How are you doing, Kristen? Hi.
I'm good.
Oh,
thank
you're
you.
a neighbor. Out in Islip, New York. You're a neighbor. I'm just off Times Square here in Manhattan.
Oh, okay. Just a short little train right away.
Yeah. So if we survive it, the way things are going in New York these days,
Yeah.
But, it's really not that bad. I look at other cities and I see that, we're not. I know they say New York is the safest city, big city in the country, but it isn't actually. The stats show quite otherwise. But we're not as bad either. We're slam in the middle there. So anyway, what can I look at for you tonight?
Someone to maybe connect with my mom if possible.
Okay, I'm assuming that she's passed.
Yes.
Okay, is that recent?
It's been 5 years, 5.5 years.
Okay, that's in the scheme of things, that's nothing, right? Let's see.
Feels like forever, but yes.
Yeah, well, that's this is just something I never did before. I got into doing tarot on Ask One Radio. I never thought of doing that kind of a reading, and I figured, why not? Let's give it a try. And I've had wonderful results with it. And I can tell you that they're almost all. I always get the same thing, which is sadness followed by happiness. And I try to look for direct messages, but there are a few cards that I look for to see if I'm actually getting a message, like obviously the death card or the judgment. Well, here's the judgment card. I was just saying the judgment card, and that I've got that. Because pictorially it shows a resurrection, the angel blowing a horn and the souls coming up out of the grave. So let's say that is verification that we are going to make contact.
Okay, great.
And I'll shuffle them again. And
he was saying that she was being judgmental of me.
Let me do this, because here it is again. I got the Three of Swords. The Three of Swords shows a heart pierced by 3 swords, and the heart is crying. See, there's great sadness.
Okay.
but yet and then I get the High Priestess, which is also a card I look for to verify these readings, because the High Priestess is the person who can see behind the veil, meaning the veil between this life and the next.
Right.
And then I have the World, which is a card of success, which is telling me that the spirit feels a degree of achievement at this point.
Okay.
There, I can't understand these three cards I just got in any way other than this is a message, because it's almost statistically impossible to get these three cards one after the other. I have the Ace of Cups, the Ace of Cups, the Ace of Rods, and the Ace of Coins. To get three aces at one time like that goes against the odds.
Wow.
Aces mean new beginnings.
Okay.
Now, a new beginning. I'm a little flustered because it's just mind-blowing to get these three cards like that. It's telling me that that the message is that there's new things coming your way in terms of emotional stuff like romance and well-being and happiness. And then the rods mean work and career and how you earn a living. And then the coin, the Ace of Coins, that speaks for itself. It's about money coming in. Money matters. Right. So there's going to be new things happening and successful things happening for you in those three areas. That is, okay. That seems to be the message, But again, the first thing was I'm sad. And then the second one was the card of success, and yet I've gotten through this all right. And now on to you is what the cards are saying. Look for the message I'm getting here is look for good things to come your way in terms of emotional life, financial life, and work life.
That all makes sense, actually.
Well, I'm glad, because, when I do these kind of things, I feel like I'm getting something coming through me, through the cards, and I don't need to know what it's about. I'm just saying, right. I'm still a little flabbergasted that I got one after the other, the Ace of Cups, the Ace of Coins, and the Ace of Rods.
Yes, absolutely.
Because, like I said, the odds are way against getting three of those at once.
Right.
So this followed the pattern. There's the sadness because the loss, we experience the loss. So do they when they go over. Right. Look, I hope to stick around as long as I can, but I'm really curious about what happens. And of course, you can read Omar Khayyam. The only way to know is to go. And I'm not that eager to learn at this point, but I will be at some point, I'm sure. But it's always tinged with sadness and yet happiness. So
I believe that makes sense.
So you're entering a good period. A good period. See, now here's the Nine of Swords. That's a card of sorrows. And then that's followed. Well, was your mother a very religious person?
Off and on.
Because I have the Hierophant here, which is a card of religious authority. So who knows? Maybe the spirit is learning about these things. But I'm going to take those three ace cards as meaning that's the spirit's message to you, is that you're about to get good stuff happening your way in terms of these three areas of life.
Okay, great. Definitely use all three of those.
Yeah. Okay. So, you can always follow up and let me know how it works out, and I'll be happy to pull a few cards for you. My email I'm so easy to find, but my email is asktarot@earthlink.net. But I'm easy to find through just Google Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, and you'll find loads of ways to find me. There's a contact form at my website. You can get through to me through askonradio.com, all kinds of stuff. But I'd be interested to know how this works out, because that's one of the most unusual afterlife readings I've ever gotten. And I was just about to say the only thing missing is the Ace of Swords. Guess which card I just got? The Ace of Swords. Now you see, there are people who don't believe that I do this anyway, and I've been threatening for a while now to move over to video, and then you people can see the cards, and yet still people are going to say, well, you're just doing card tricks, you know. But
Right,
no,
right.
this is the real deal. This is authentic. When I started reading tarot, somebody I had known at that time for about 25 years told me, well, you're just doing card tricks. And I said, you've known me 25 years. Have I ever done a card trick? You never saw me do a card trick. You know, but no. So listen, here it is.
And I heard it in your voice. You were doing it too. I heard like the shock in your voice.
Yeah, I so much for I wanted to be cool, but I couldn't do it. And now with this Ace of Swords coming up, so you got all four of them. You got all four. So what the
amazing.
message? There is a direct message here to you, which is that every aspect of your life is going to be getting better. Okay, I've got to run. I've got less than 2 minutes to go. So please, if you want to get in touch with me at any point, do that. And I will be happy to
Thank you so much.
Do a little follow-up for you. My pleasure.
Great.
Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Have a great night. Bye-bye.
And hey, that's it, folks. That's it for this edition, the actual, real edition, not just the rebroadcast edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. My first in 2 months, and we can kiss that flu goodbye, and hope that I can keep my vitamin content comes to bat. But sometimes the old body just gives in to those little viruses, and there's nothing you can do about it. So we will get together next week again. We will. But in the meantime, like I said, you can email me. Any of you want to have a couple of cards pulled on the house? That's fine with me. The email is asktarot@earthlink.net, asktarot@earthlink.net. And check out my website, magic-works.com, and you'll see a whole bunch of stuff there. So until we get together next week, remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
Watching Moonstruck. And now,